Different modeling technique inside Cinema 4D. First one we learn about spline modeling technique. It's an easy one to understand. For creating a spline model, we have to create some basic spline primitives or object by using this panel option, or you can create by using a create option, create menu and spline option. First one is a freehand. I can go over here and can draw it like this. It's very easy to draw. Whenever you create any spline inside perspective view, we can't get a perfect angle of that spline. So when I rotate that, you can see it's a little bit slanted over here. So always recommended that whenever you create any spline, whenever you want to create any spline, always use any orthographic view like a top, front, left or right. I just delete this one. I press F2 to go orthographic view. Now inside this top view, I can draw a freehand spline. You can see like this. Again I press F1 for perspective view. Now you can see it's perfectly on that grid. So this you can create a very nice spline by using the orthographic view. Orthographic view to create spline. I back to top view, and inside this attribute manager I can see the property of this spline. All things are same like a basic and coordinate, but we can see changes inside object option. So here we can see the first option is called type. I can click on this Bezier to linear, so you can see the smoothness of that curve is change, cubic, Akima, B-spline or Bezier. If you want to close this spline, very easily you can close it. Just click on this close spline option and you can see it's closed over there. These all options are very important to create a smoothness of the object, but right now we're not going to use it. Later on I will tell you how to use this and how can we create better model by using these smoothness options. Whenever we finish creating any spline, Cinema 4D directly jump to the point option over here, so you can modify it very easily. I select on this move tool, I select this point and easily I can move that point like this. I can change this handle for smoothness. To just modify one side handle, I can press shift and just change handle from one side. If you want to add more point on this line, press Ctrl and click over here to add more point on this spline. I delete this spline to create another spline option. I click over here. The next thing was the Bezier one. In Bezier option, you can create a curve like this to create a spline. You can press enter to finish it. And for modification, you can click on this point option, select the point and you can modify same like a freehand option. I delete this too. Next one is a B-spline option. Very smooth to create like this. The same option over here like a close option and type of the interpolation. I click on this object mode or model mode and I delete this spline from my object manager. Next one is linear, a straight one. You can't create curve by using this. This is it just a straight line like this. I click on this model option and I delete this by using this object manager. The next thing, cubic, like this. delete. Next one, Akima. You can see the smoothness of this spline a little bit different than other one. You can use any spline as per as your choice to create better model. I click on this model mode and I click and delete this spline too. Next one is a basic shapes, some geometrical shape over here. I can click on this arc. You can see I'm creating an arc over here. Here you can see a little bit change over here. Type arc or sector or segment, radius of this ring like this. I keep it as an arc. You can change the start angle of this arc, end angle of this arc, and plane. For plane I have to press F1. So you can see the difference between plane. Right now in a Z and X axis, I can make it X and Y, or I can keep it as a Y and Z like this. I keep it as a XY or XZ. Okay, again the same option for smoothness. Okay, reverse actually change the starting point of this spline from here to here or here to here. It depends on your start. Next one is a circle. Again, you can see I press F2 to see it from different orthographic view like this. I can change the ellipse size. Ellipse, I can make it an ellipse or a ring. I can change the radius like this or radius like this. If I keep it as a circle, I can change the radius of all object in a one go. Again the same option like a plane and reverse like other spline option. Next spline option is a helix. Okay, for this we have to see 4 viewport. So you can see over here I can go and change the start radius. You can see it looks like a spring over here. You can change the start angle like this, end angle like this. You can change it. For numerical calculation I can directly type here like 1000 multiplied by 5 and you can see it's a 5000. So for any numerical parameter you can create or modify any property by using this small calculation options. I can change the bias of this effect. I can change the height of this helix like this. And subdivision, again for smoothness you can modify that. See, if I less the subdivision you can see it look like a thread, but when I increase that it look like a spring like this. Again you can change the plane like XY, YZ or XZ. Next spline option is N side. Okay, you can change the size of this N side or sides of this N size like this, roundness of the edges, so you can see it looks smoother. You can change the radius of this roundness also like this. The same thing available like a plane and reverse like other objects. Next one is rectangle. You can see it from other views. It's a very flat one. You can change the width, height and roundness of this rectangle like this. Next one is a star. I can change the inner radius of the star outer radius of the star, twist percentage of the star, and a point of the star, like this. So I can create this type of nice object by using the star option. Next one is a text. Very important to create titles, motion graphics. So I click on this text, just click over here. Okay, click on this text. You can type whatever you want. For a font, you can click here to get more font. Whatever you install inside your computer, all the font can we use it inside this option. Height of this file, horizontal spacing, and vertical spacing. It's normally for 2 lines. Separate letters, so you can see the each and every letter in a separate manner. You can move that. Next option is a vectorize option. We need any black and white image, so vectorize can trace that black and white image and create shape according to our need. So I click on this vectorize option. Inside this texture option, I can click over here to find out my texture or black and white texture. It's better to find texture like this or file like this, or you can find file like this and invert that according to your need. So I can click over here on this hippo image and then I say open. It's asked me about copying this file to the local folder of Cinema 4D drive. I just say no to this. You can see it's traced that file according to its black and white property and create this tracing for the modification. I can use the different type of tool like a extrude, lathe or sweep later on to create a final result from this option. You can go and change the width of this file, a tones level for a smoothness, see, and again the plane XY, YZ and XZ options like this. Next one is a four side, same like a plane, but you can change the shape over here. Maybe a diamond, a kite, or parallelogram, or trapezium. You can change the A and B option over here and the angle of the slope like this. Next is a seesaw. You can change like this and tension like this. Next one, cogwheel is a nice option. Legacy mode, you can change it like this, or inner radius, outer radius, bevel of the edges. You can off this legacy mode, and you can say show guideline for the better result. You can go and say teeth. You can change the teeth like this, orientation like this. You can create lots of different shapes by using this option. Inlay, type spokes, arches, waves like this. You can again rotate that, or orientation. You can change the property of orientation or the waves. Again the outer radius and frequency of this shape. Amplitude like this and phases. In the width of it like this You want to remove the center hole, just click over here, you can remove it. To modify that, you can change over here like this, cut out. You can change the depth of this option or width. Next thing is cycloid. I say frame all. This kind of thing is there. They have different option over there. You can check whatever you want, like this or like this, to create different type of shapes. Next one is a formula. You can see they have some logarithmic option over here, so you can change that for great result. Let's create something like this, a wave type shape. You can very easily animate that or create different object by using this formula option. Next one is a flower, a very simple easy flower over here. Change the inner radius, outer radius, different properties to create a great output. And last one is a profile. You can change the height of this profile, type of this profile like L shape or T shape. I'm using perspective view to show you these all things in clear manner, and you can see you can change the other properties of that profile option. So these are basic shapes available with the spline modeling. 3D object from a spline. Let me first explain about parent-child relation inside Cinema 4D. For that, I create a basic object like a cube and another basic object like a torus, like this. Now you can see inside object manager these two individual objects are there, but I'm to create parent-child relation between this box or cube and this torus. Whatever object you want to become as a child, just drag that object from here on that other parent object. You can see the arrow is showing me the down option. That means it's become a child of this torus. So when I click and drag over here and click and just release my mouse button on this torus name, or after appearing this icon, down arrow icon, is become parent. The cube is become a child of this torus or torus. Now whenever I move this torus, you can see the cube move with it. But still cube have their individual property, so I can move cube individually. But whenever I move, rotate or scale this torus, my cube get modified. This way we can create a parent-child relation inside Cinema 4D. Next we learn about generator option inside Cinema 4D. Generator can use to create 3D shape from a spline. You can access this generator option by using this small panel over here, or you can go inside create menu, and inside generator option you can see the all options are same like this panel. So first we learn about the lathe option. For the lathe we have to create a profile curve or a side curve in any orthographic view. So I press F3 for side view, and here I can create a curve, a profile curve for my object. I can click on the Bezier option. I create very small shape over here like this. I jump back to perspective view. You can see this is my profile curve, and thereafter I can click on this lathe option. But you can see there is no effect of lathe on this spline. To apply a lathe option or lathe effect on this spline, you have to drag this spline on the lathe. something like a child parent relation we learned before. I just drag this spline on this lathe. You can see this down arrow over here. I can click over here and drag it. You can see we create a small object by using the lathe. Anytime when you want to modify this shape, very easily you can modify it. Just click on this spline, jump to point option, select move tool and click and select any curve point, and you can move it like this and you can modify it like this. If you distract with this 3D shape, you can hide that lathe just clicking on this tick mark. Now you can modify your object as per as requirement, and then after you can on this lathe option to find out the final result. This way you can modify a lathe inside Cinema 4D. In lathe property, we have lots of options like angle. You can cut this shape or object like this. You can add subdivision for better smoothness. To see this subdiv, you have to go to lines option. You can change this subdivision option like this for a better result, for better smoothness. Next one is the isopalm subdivision. You can't see it. For that you have to on this isopalm option, and thereafter you can modify this like this. Movement, you can tear it off like this, and the last one is scaling for the effect. Normally it's for a lighting property. I'll tell you later on how to use it, or for texturing purpose, but right now I keep it as normal as we created. For caps, I will tell you later on how to use cap in different parameters or different options. Next we learn about extrude option inside generator option. For the extrude I have to create a 2D spline, so I can create a easy one like a star, and then after I create a extrude option. Same like a lathe, we have to drag this star from here to extrude option, and you can see I create an extrusion of this star. I want to modify that. I can click on this extrude. You can see the movement option over here. I can change the depth of this star by increasing this parameter. Here I can change the subdivision level. Again I have to click lines option on, and then I can see the depth subdivision of this star. Inside cap option, you can open this start part by using this start cap option. I just say none, and you can see it's open now. For the end part, I can click none on this end part. See, now it's an open shape. You can create a fillet at the start, and you can change this parameter like a steps for smoothness and a radius for the greater result. Same thing I can do with fillet option inside end option. But if I want to use fillet and cap both, that time I can go and say fillet and cap. I can click on this fillet and cap option. I can change the steps like this. Okay, I'm changing the end part. Okay, I change the starting part, starting fillet option, and I can change the radius of this starting fillet. This way you can modify the cap property inside extrude option. Next thing we will learn about the sweep option. It's a very nice option to understand. For sweep we have to create two curves or two shapes. One is for extrusion or for profile curve, and another one is for shape. So I first go and create a basic shape like a rectangle. I flip it like X and Z. I change the radius of it, width and height like 100 by 100. Okay, now I create any profile curve like arc, I change start and end angle of it like this. Okay, now I click on this sweep option. I can drag these two objects into the sweep. It's very important how you sequence the object. Okay, when I drag this back down, you can see it's changed the effect. The sequence of this profile is very important. I keep it up again. I can change the plane of this rectangle option. Now you can see I create a 3D shape by using a rectangle and arc. We can modify the sweep option like again the subdivision, end part, start growth, something like this, or turns, end rotation, start growth, end growth, like this. Now another example of sweep, I create a small circle over here and a text over here. I'll show you how can we create a 3D text by using this sweep option, and you can create a very nice animation by using this sweep option. So I click over here on the sweep. First I drag a text on the sweep, then I drag a circle on the sweep. You can see it's create a 3D shape like this, but the radius of this circle is too big, so I can click on this circle option and I change the radius of this circle like this. You can create a 3D looking shape. Inside sweep you can animate that like this. Okay, character by character it's appearing like this, and it's create very nice effect by using a sweep option. Now we learn about the loft option. For a loft we have to create a multiple shape. It's connect that all shape in sequence and it's create a 3D shape by using that 2D shapes. For that I create a circle. I change the plane of it. By using a control I can create copy of this circle, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 like this. I change the radius of some circles like this. Okay, I can modify anything like I can make it ellipse or something like that, so I can create different shape over here like this. Fine. Now I apply a loft option. I select them all by pressing shift and click and drag them all inside loft option. You can see it's create a basic form of object over here. I can modify any circle like this or change the radius of it like this, like this. In loft property you can change the subdivisions for better result, and again the cap to open the shape. See, the bottom is locked but top is open. I can change the radius of it like this and like this to create an object like this. This way you can use loft to create a different type of shapes. Next modeling technique is deformers. We normally use deformers to modify basic primitives into the complex object. For access deformers, either you can go over here in this panel, you can see there are deformers over there, or you can go inside create menu and deformer tab. You can see You can see that same options over here too. The first deformer is a bend deformer. So let's learn about a bend deformer. For the bend deformer, I have to create some basic primitives. So I create a cube over here. For deforming any object, you have to add some segment in it. So I add some segment inside this box. I add around 10, 10 and 10. To see the segment, I have to click on display lines option, go out lines option. Then after I apply a bend modifier on it. To apply effect of this bend on this cube, you have to drag this bend from here on that cube. It should be a child of that cube, so you can see the effect of that bend on that cube. So now I can go inside this object panel. I change the strength of this bend like this. You can see this is a bounding box or bounding box of this bend. If you want to fit that bounding box with this object, so just click on this go to fit to parent option. And now you can see that bounding box is moving with that object like this. If I lace the segment, you can see it's changing its smoothness. That's why segments are very important to create any model. I go back to bend option. I can change the strength and angle over here. Okay, if I want to move my bend deformer, I can click over here and I just simply move it like this. Now you can see wherever this bend deformer bounding box is touching that object, that part only get deformed or bent. You can animate that too if you want. There are different type of modes over there within the box. It's same like this. See, like this. It's only appear on the box like this. You can go with the unlimited one. See, like this. For more smoothness, you can change the parameter of fall off, like a shape, box or cone, something like this, as per as your need. Go back to strength and you can see some deformation over here because of that fall off torus option. I keep it infinite. This we can manage a bend. Next one is a bulge option. I click on this bulge option. Again the same parameter over there inside object. You can see I can change the strength of it. Oh, I can't modify because the bulge is not a child of this cube, so I just drag this cube bulge on this cube, and now I can modify the strength over here like this. Curvature of that bulge and some fillet option over here, so you can modify it little easily. I can keep it as a fit to parent, or I can move it like this or like this. This we can modify a bulge. Next one is a shear, so I click over here and click on this shear option. Again I drag this shear on this cube. I keep it as a fit to parent, or I can directly change the strength of it like this, or angle of that shear value. A curvature again for more smoothness, and fillet for this kind of effect over here. After shear, we learn about the taper option. I drag this taper on this cube, same process like a previous one. I just keep it as fit to parent, and then after I change the strength of this taper like this. A curvature and a fillet option for more smoothness like this. I did this taper. The next one is a twist. I click on this twist option. I drag twist on this cube, fit to parent if you want, or you can directly modify like this. you can change the size of this twist and control the twisting angle like this, like this. Now you can see wherever this gizmo or mounting box of this twist touching the object, that part only get twisted. So this way you can modify the twist effect like this. Next deformer is very important one. It's called FFD. Using the FFD you can modify the object in detail. So I just drag this FFD, drag it over here. I just say fit to parent. If you want to add or change the grid, I just want to see it a little bit, so I just undo this fit to parent option. I change the grid point if you want, like 4, 5, 6, whatever it is you want. To modify FFD, you have to click on this FFD option and you have to click on this point option to modify FFD. So when I click on this point option, you can see we can access this point and we can modify this like this. From here you can modify it. From here we can modify it. That's the way you can modify the stuff using the FFD box. For more smoothness, you can increase the grid point, and that will help you to create detailed model by using a FFD like this. So FFD is a very unique deformer to create a complex object easily. Next option is a mesh. Mesh, I can say mesh is a advanced part of the FFD. In FFD we can only modify object by using a FFD box. For more control we have to use different type of object to. Next deformer is a mesh. Mesh is a advanced option of FFD. In FFD we only modify object by using a FFD box, but in mesh we can connect any another object, any kind of object to the base object, and we can modify that base object by using this other object mesh. So that's why mesh is very important or very good for modeling. So I click on this mesh option. I drag it on this cube. Next deformer is a mesh deformer. It's an advanced part of a FFD deformer. FFD deformer can only modify object by using a FFD box type of shape, but by using a mesh you can modify object by using any other complex object and create better model. So I click on this mesh option. I drag this mesh on cube, but for create a cage or for the controller object I have to create a basic object. So I just go and click on this sphere option. I just decrease the size of this sphere. You can see now the cube is inside this sphere. I convert this sphere into the editable object, polygonal object. So I click on this make editable option. Now it's editable, so you can modify its points as per our need, but I want to use this point to modify my cube, so I just undo it. Inside this mesh option you can see there's option called cage. So I drag this sphere from here to inside cage, and for apply this cage or apply this sphere as my controller for the modifying cube, I have to initialize this part. Okay, I can keep on this auto initialize option on, and I click on this and initialize option in this panel. You can see the cage or controllers for this mesh, for this cube. I can go inside point option. I select some point from sphere and I modify it like this, and I modify it. You can see it's changing small shape inside cube. For better result or for more option, I can select more point by using this live selection option. I can draw something like this and select some points. Then after I modify these all points or move these all point to modify cube with that point. This we can use a mesh option to control or to create greater or complex model. Next deformer is squash and stretch. I click on this squash and stretch. I drag this on the cylinder. Okay, inside this option, I can change the next deformer is squash and stretch. To apply squash and stretch, I have to first create a basic primitive. So I create a sphere over here. For better result or better smoothness, I click on this segment option and increase the segment around 50. Then after I click on this squash and stretch option, I drag this squash and stretch on this sphere, and to see the result of it, first I change the effect called a parameter called factor. See, it's stretching. Then after I can change the top part of this deformer, a center part, a bottom part, aspect ratio for flatness, factor again for stretch, expansion like this, expand, and smoothness at the start and smoothness at the end. A curvature option or radius, randomness or roundness. You can change the melting size like this to get better result. This you can use melt to create this kind of effect in Cinema 4D. Next deformer is explosion. When I click on this explosion, you can see it's something like a bomb. I just drag the explosion on the sphere, click it, and just change the strength of it, and you can see the sphere is explode by this explosion. You can animate this thing. You can apply this effect on any object like a character or a text. That will create a very nice effect. You can modify the speed of these particles. Angle speed is kind of rotation of this particle or size of these particles. Again, you can go with the randomness to create little complex effect of this explosion option. This you can modify or you can create explosion effect by using this small explosion option. Next one is explosion effects, is advanced part of this explosion. I click on this explosion effects. I drag this explosion effects on this sphere. You can see it works same like an explosion but have a little bit different parameter or advanced parameter. You can change the timing of it, the parameter of explosion by using the explosion options, a strength of explosion, decay, variation of this explosion, variation in directions. You can change the blast time like this, blast speed, and other option according to blast option. Cluster is for us this size or this small particles. You want to change the thickness of it, you can change it like this. Density, you can change it like, see, you can see it's stretching toward the center. Automatic or polygons or different type of option, selection plus polygon. You can modify this, like you can animate this gizmo to create this kind of effect. It's going up again. To control that, I can change the field of gravity to control this particle options. You can change the gravity angle or direction where you want to change the effects. You can change the range of it, gravity range, so you have better control than the explosion like this. Next deformer is a shatter. I drag the shatter on this sphere. and you can see when I change the strength option, create effect like this. I can change the strength shatter center point like this. This you can modify the stuff. Angle speed. You can see the angle speed over here. Angle of the particles. End size like this, and a randomness in the end size. This way you can use shatter to create some nice effect inside Cinema 4D. Next deformer is a correction deformer. So let me explain about this. First I create a basic model or basic stuff. So I just click on this torus option. For better result, for better smoothness, I can increase the ring segment around 50 and pipe segment around 50. For correction, we have to deform model, and then after we correct it again or correct it back to base model. For that I have to deform this. So I just click on this editable mesh. I can deform this object by using a FFD option or mesh option, but I'm using a little bit advanced option. So I just click on this edit, make editable option. I click on it. Now this model I can modify by using the polygon option or other modeling tool. I click on this polygon option. I right click over here, but before that I add a correction model, a correction option from the, but before that I add a correction deformer. Fine. Then after I right click over here and choose a brush option, I deform this brush, I deform this model by using a brush like this. Go back to correction. I just update this, and when I change the strength value, you can see is getting back to his basic form like this. This way you can modify the object by using a correction deformer. Next deformer is a jiggle deformer. To learn about this, I create a basic primitive of sphere and change the segment to 50. Now the process is a little bit complex over here. Normally we use jiggle to create a muscles animation, kind of muscles animation, but right now I show you the basic stuff or basic example of this jiggle option. So first I convert this sphere into the editable mesh or editable polygon. I just click on this option. Here I want to decide at which point I want to apply the jiggle effect. So I just click on this point option and select some point from top like this. I just painting roughly, and I select some points over here, random points. Fine. Then I want to save these points. So I just go here inside select option and click on this set selection. So I can save this selection for future use. I click on the set selection option. Here you can see whenever I double click on this save selection icon, you can get back that selection. Now I apply a jiggle modifier or jiggle deformer on this object. I drag the jiggle on the sphere. Here inside this jiggle parameters, you can see this option called restriction. So I want to restrict this point from jiggling or something like that. So I just drag this point selection option from here to restrict box. Now this selection is restricted. I go back to object option. I change the strength of this jiggle. Fine. Now I double click on this selection. I keep my animation play option on. I modify this object like this. I click on this model option and I move this sphere like this. So you can see some jiggling on the top part. That way you can use jiggle modifier or jiggle deformer to create this kind of jiggling effect. We normally use this to create a muscles inside Cinema 4D. Next deformer is a morph deformer. We use morph deformer to create expressions of character, but before to apply this morph deformer, we have to create some expression by using this add point morph option. Morph option is the advanced option, so I skip it for now and I jump to next option called shrink wrap. To create effect of shrink wrap, I first create a cube with some segment on it. And then after I create a sphere like this and change the segment or increase the segment of this sphere. Then I apply this deformer, shrink wrap deformer on this sphere, and for target object I drag this cube on this target object. Now you can see this sphere is wrap around this cube. I can change the strength of this deformer to get the exact effect. This way you can modify object by using a shrink wrap option. Next deformer is spherify deformer. As the name suggests, is convert any object into the spherical shape. So I first create cylinder with some segment, and then after I apply a spherify deformer on that cylinder, you can see it's convert that cylinder into the spherical shape. So I can drag it like this, a radius, a strength of this option. You can convert it into the sphere like this. I can click on the fit to parent option and I can modify this spherify gizmo to change the object like this and modify like this, something like this. This is a use of spherify deformer inside Cinema 4D. Next deformer is surface deformer. We use normally this deformer to apply other object deformation on a second object. Next deformer is a Next deformer is surface deformer. We normally use surface to apply one object deformation to other object. So I show you how can we do that. First I create a sphere and I apply bulge deformer on this sphere. I change the strength of it. That's okay. Then after I create a cube and I move it a little bit back. Then I apply surface deformer on this cube. After clicking on this surface properties, you can see there's a surface option over there. I drag this sphere option from here to this surface option. But you can't see any changes in this cube because we have to click on this initialize option to see the result. Now you can see the cube is deforming like this bulge surface. So I can change the strength of this surface like this to get back to cube, or I can modify like this. Right now we're working on a projection type. I can change to mapping UV. So you can see it directly jump on that object. I can change the offset of it like this. I change the strength of it and I can modify the U and V property of the surface. Can go with another mapping type for other result like this, like this. You can change the scale to to create this kind of effect, a dome kind of effect, or like this. This way you can use surface deformer. Next deformer is a wrap deformer. So what will I do? I just go and create a cylinder with some segment, and for wrapper I can create a plane. I change the orientation of it, I change the size of it around 100, by 100. I move it over here. I change the segment around 50 from height and width. Then I apply surface deformer on it. Sorry. Then I apply wrap deformer. Then I apply wrap deformer on it. See, I click on this wrap and drag it on the plane. You can see it's deforming according to the cylinder. I can say fit to parent, and I change the radius of this deformer. You can see it can wrap around it. Now you can see it can wrap around that cylinder. You can change the property of a plane like this. If you want to change movement, you can see I can create something like this by using this wrap option. You can change the tension and scale, G-scale of this deformer. This way you can use a wrap deformer. Next one is a spline deformer. For that I create a plane object with some more segment. I press F3 for a side view. Then I click over here. By using this linear option, I create one straight line from here to here. I press enter to finish it. Then after I create another curve by using Bezier option like this. I press enter to finish it. Then I select the plane and press F1 to jump back to my perspective view. Now I create a spline deformer. Inside spline deformer property, I have to drag my original base straight spline. I have to drag this straight spline on this original spline option, and this curve spline on this modify spline option. I drag this plane. Next deformer is a spline deformer. For that I first create a plane with some more segment on it. Then after I press F3 for side view, and I create one straight spline, and then I create one curve spline by using a Bezier option. I press enter to finish it. I click on this plane and I press F1 to jump back to perspective view. Then I apply this spline deformer on this plane. I just drag this spline on this plane. Inside this spline option, for the original spline, I drag and drop this spline 1, my straight spline, and for modified spline, I drag and drop this spline 1 on this modified spline. You can see it's deform my plane according to my modified spline option. Anytime you can click on this spline option, go to point mode and modify your spline like this. Here inside this spline option, you can change the radius of it like this. You can change the length to more straight option. You can change the shape like this by this curve option. For a little more, for more smooth output, we can use this subdivision surface option, and I drag this plane inside this subdivision surface option. So you can see it's make that model more smooth than previous one, like this. So this is a spline option available, or spline deformer available inside Cinema 4D. Next deformer is a spline rail deformer. We use 2D spline and a 3D object to create a 3D deformation by using this spline deformer, spline rail deformer. I just create one cube over here with a size of y around 50 centimeter and the segment of xyz around 20. I apply this spline rail deformer on this cube. I just drag this spline rail deformer on the cube, and here I add this spline what I created by using a different view inside this spline rail left option. This spline left option, I just drag this spline from here to here and you can see it's deformed that cube according to the spline modifier or spline option. Anytime you can go back to spline, you hide this spline rail and you modify this spline like this and just on this spline rail, and you can see the difference inside this object. For a better result, you can add more spline, for a spline for a right side, a spline for a top, and a spline for a bottom, and you get better result from this spine rail deformer. Next one is spline wrap deformer. For that, we have to create one spline and one 3D object, and then after we can deform that 3D object on a spline. For the reason, I just create a torus. I change the orientation of that torus on a Z plus. I can change the segment of the torus for better result, and then after I create a spline like N side, and I change the radius of that N side to see it very clearly. That's enough for me. Then I apply this spline wrap deformer on torus, and inside this spline option, I drag this N side and drop it on this spline box. You can see here, you can see a very different looking 3D object over there, but you can change the axis of this option to get a better result like this. I can change the strength of it like and offset of this object from and to. Anytime you can go back to spline and you can change the radius of the spline and segments of the spline or diameter or radius of the pipe. I go back to spline wrap option and change the offset of it like this or from and to option to cover entire spline strength. These options are available with the spine wrap option. Next one is camera deformer. For that, I create a basic primitive like a sphere, and then after I apply a camera deformer on that sphere. So I drag this camera deformer from here to on that sphere name. You can see the camera grid over here. We can deform this grid, and according to that grid, my sphere get deformed or my 3D object get deformed. So I just click on this point option over here. I select this some points by using this selection option, live selection option. I select some point like this and then use these arrows to modify that like this. Now whenever you can see there's some deformation on that sphere, but when I change the angle of my view or angle of my camera, you can see more deformation on that object. So whenever any object come on that grid or particularly deformed part of that grid, it get deformed. So it's a very unique or different kind of deformer available inside Cinema 4D. You can deform lots of objects. You can create very nice effect by using this unique deformer called camera deformer. Next deformer is collision deformer. For that, I first create a plane. I increase the segment of it around 50-50 on the width and height segments. Then after I create sphere, then I apply this collision deformer on this plane. I just drag this collision and drop it on the plane. Inside collision option, for the collider object, you have to drag this sphere as my collider object, and I just simply drag and drop inside this collider option box. You can see instantly start reacting with that plane. For better result or for different result, I can change the solver option. Like inside, you can see it's create some bulgy effect over here, or inside stretch. For that, I on this shading option, lines option, outside volume, or intersect like this. I click on this inside option I select this sphere and I move it. You can see the plane is deforming with that sphere. For a better option or for better result, I can modify this advanced properties. First thing, I can go with the stretch. I can change the stretch of it. You can see it's changing its shape. Or relax option for some smoothness. You can change the stiffness option like this, or structure option like this for deformation of that polygons, and flexibility for better result. This size and steps actually add some smoothness on deformation like this. I can animate this sphere like this to create some effect. It's something like something going behind the curtain or something like that. That kind of effect you create by using this collision option. It's very nice effect to deform any plane or creating a cloth effect. Next deformer is displacer deformer. I first create a cube over here with some extra segment around 50 in all axis. You can see it's a little bit dense object over here. I can add a displacer option over here and drag the displacer from here to cube. Inside the displacer option, you can see there's an option called shading. We can apply any black and white object or texture, animated texture, or any colorful texture with some color variation to create a deformation or displacement of this object. So I can go over here inside the shader. They provide lots and lots of options over there, but I go with the noise first. I click on this noise option and you can see this object deform like that noise pattern. I can double click on this noise pattern to modify this noise. I double click it. You can see it's a black and white effect. You can change the contrast and other effects like colors or cycles or different things. You can see like this. If you want to animate that, I just change the animation speed. Before that, I can check of this shader. I right click on it and say animate, so I can see this animating over here. Then after, I can play this play option to see the animation on my object. This way you can modify or deform any surface by using this displacer option. It's very nice one to create a water kind of shape or wavy shape. I go back to displacer. I can add another shader on it. I can go with the gradient one. You can see the black and white effect. Okay, I double click on it. Inside this gradient option, I can add more stops. Just double click on it and choose another color. I will go with the black and white only. So add white over here. You can see it's displacing that cube. I double click on it to change it on black like this. This you can modify the object by using a gradient. I jump back to displacer again. I can go with another object. They already provide some preset over here like a brick shader. I go with a wooden plank one. You can see the effect of wooden plank or image of wooden plank. I can change the scale of it like this. You can see deformations. I can change the brick height and brick width like this. I can change the shift or reset some round columns. This you can modify the effect. I can go with the color option. I change the color like in another stuff. I can add another color for small changes on this displacer option. Go back to displacer, and this way you can modify the displacer by using different shader and create a great effect by using this displacer option. You can save your own preset for future use. You can add some effects like a backlight, distorter, follow up, lumas. These are very nice effect to modify your object. Like I click on this fire and you can see it's look like a fire. I can click over here on surface. I can go with the rust, so you can see the small rusty effect over there, or you can go with a marble type of thing, but you have to change the lots of parameter of this marble to get better displacement like this. Next deformer type is formula deformer. For that, first I create a plane and I increase the segment of that plane. I add this formula deformer on that plane and you can see it's deforming that plane like this. You can play that option. I can change the size of this formula gizmo to control this effect like this. You can change the different type of effects like a Y radial to spherical. I keep it this in play mode, or cylindrical, or X radial, or Y radial, or Z radial. I get back to Y radial. Here you can see some equations over there. You can modify that equation, like I just stop this for a while. I click on this 2.0 and multiply that to 20 times. And you can see it's add more distortion or displacement on that plane. When I play it, it's create a very different kind of effect or deformation by using this formula option. You can add more and more formulas or equations inside this parameter and create a great effect by using this formula option. Next deformer is a wind deformer. For that, again I create a plane, but I change the orientation of that plane to z plus or minus. I add segment on it, and then after I add a wind deformer on this plane, drag and drop, and you can see it's create something like a flag over here. You can change the frequency of this flag, a turbulence of this plane, fx for a smoothness, fy like this. Now it's deforming like this. You can uncheck this flag option for more wavy effect like this. I can change the amplitude for more distortion, a size to create this kind of effect, frequencies, turbulence, and some fy and fx option to control the wind effect. You can see it's deforming in different manner like this. Next deformer is polygon reducer deformer. It's normally used to reduction of polygon from heavy object or heavy modified object. So first I create a very simple capsule over here. I change the display to lines. I change some segment around 20 on that capsule, and then after I apply this polygon reduction option on this capsule. Now you can see is reduce that polygon but create a triangulated shape. So this way you can reduce some polygon, but it's not a good way to reduce the polygon. It's always create a triangle over there, and triangle create problems while texturing, while rigging. So it's better to use different options or different effects to reduce the parameter or polygon. You can change some parameter for little better effect, but still it's not that good to use this polygon reduction option. Sometimes for a basic mesh or some effects, we use this option to reduce the polygon dramatically. Next one is a smoothing option. For that I create a sphere. I change this sphere into the editable. That's why for that I can press C is a shortcut key to make this object editable. I press C over here, and then after I click on this polygon option and I modify some polygon of the sphere like this. Now I want to make it little smooth. For that I can go over here and apply this deformer called smoothing. I drag and drop the smoothing on the sphere. You can see it's completely changed that sphere into different object. You can change the strength of this smoothing option to control this smoothness, or you can change the type like relax or smooth or stretch to get different result. Inside smooth you can change the iteration option or stiffness option, displacement option, or you can add stiffness map for different kind of controls. I just drag this strength to control my smoothness option. For smoothness you can add different effect too. Here I can apply subdivision surface and drag and drop this sphere inside subdivision surface. You can see some nice deformation by using the subdivision surface. So this is another way to smoothen your object by using Cinema 4D. Next we'll learn about a bevel deformer. For that first I have to create a cube. I change the segment and I apply this bevel deformer on this cube. For better result I just click on this lines option. I just delete it for a while and apply it again. You can see here I drag and drop on that cube and you can see some deformation inside this polygon. I can change some parameter like offset like this. Right now I'm working on an edge. You can work on polygons like this, or you can work with points like this. I keep this edge on. I can change the subdivision level for more smooth result, and I can change the depth of it for a smoothness. Inside shaping option you can change the round to profile option. You can add a profile curve over here for more different kind of deformations, but I keep it round over here. You can add more edges of selection type to control this deformation. Okay, I create two heavy object over here, so I just reducing the subdivision level. This is a bevel deformer. We can modify any object by using this bevel deformer and create great effect. Next we learn about modeling option inside Cinema 4D. You can access this modeling option by clicking over here or from create menu and modeling options. First one is array, so let's learn about the array. For that, first I create a primitives over here, and then after I apply this array, I just drag this sphere on this array option, and you can see it's create a multiple copy of that sphere. I can change the array radius and copies like this. Okay, right now it's not animating, but when I change this amplitude option, you can say it's add some effect on it. I change the frequency for faster animation. I play it now and you can see it's moving up and down. I can change the array frequency for randomness like this. You can add multiple object inside this array and create copies of that object. For that I add a cylinder over here and drag and drop this cylinder from here to array. Now the cylinder is above the sphere, that's why you can see the copies of cylinder only. You can't see the copies of sphere. To create copies of sphere, either I can group these two objects and then after apply array on it, or I can drag and drop the sphere on this cylinder and create sphere as a child of the cylinder. So I just drag it and drop it. Now you can see the sphere over here. I can change the radius of sphere and I change the cylinder radius to see it clearly. This we can add a multiple object and create a big array of objects by using this option. It's still animating, so I just play it back. You can see we can create a very nice effect by using this array here. Next we learn about the atom array option. For that again I create a sphere and I apply this atom array option on it. I drag and drop this sphere on this atom array and you can see it's creating a cage type of thing. From it I on line option so you can see it segment clearly. I click on this atom array. I can change the radius of this segment cylinder like this, or I can change the radius of this sphere by using this sphere radius option. I can change the subdivision level of this sphere for a better smoothness, so I just change this subdivision level like this. Here is a very unique option called single element. If I convert this atom array into the editable poly by pressing shortcut command C or clicking on this shape, you can see it's create only one object or one sphere over here. I just undo that. When I click on this single element option, I just repeat the same process again. Either I can press C or I can press a small icon over here, click, and now you can see each and every point and a line or element is different. So I can modify that point anytime like this. I can select any object like this and change the radius of that object according to my need. This small option is very important to create a different kind of model by using a atom array option. Next modeling option is boolean. For that first I create a cube with some added segment and then I create a sphere on top of it like this. I drag this cube above and then after I create boolean effect, I drag this cube and then I drag this sphere over here. I keep this cube above the sphere for some purpose. Now you can see it's creating a hollowness inside that cube anytime you can move this gizmo of that sphere and change this cutting or hollowness according to your modeling type or modeling option. Inside boolean you can choose a boolean type like a subtract b or a union b. Okay, you can see over here is joined with that cube, the sphere is joined with that cube. Or you can go with a subtract b, a intersect b, or a without b. You can create this kind of hollow cube by using this option. High quality is reduce some quality of the boolean effect or boolean effect. I create this kind of effect. Again the option called create single object. When I press C and create a convert this object into the editable, you can see it still have two objects and you can modify it by using this option like this, because it's a different option object, so you can very easily modify it. But I undo that thing. But if I click on this create single object option and then after I click on this icon or press C, now you can see it's just one object by using this one cube and one sphere. This you can create a one object by using this small click. This you can modify the boolean option. You can see there are lots of options over there to change. Just try it to create different kind of boolean effect by using this option. Next modeling option is spline mask. It's normally used to connect different spline and create one spline using this spline mask option. It's something like a boolean effect for a 2D spline. So I first create something like inside, and then after I create a rectangle. I drag this rectangle above and change the width and height option like this. Then after I click on this spline mask option, I drag and drop this rectangle and inside, and you can see I create this kind of effect over here. I click on this spline mask and I can move it ahead. Now after this I can apply any kind of effect like extrude and drag this spline mask on the extrude. You can see I create different kind of shape by using this spline mask option. This we can connect different kind of splines and create unique effect or unique shape, and then after you can convert that splines into the 3D object for a better modeling purpose. Next one is connect option. For that I create a sphere and I press Ctrl to create a copy of that sphere. Normally connect used to connect two object and create one object from this two object or more than two object. I first create connect effect over here. I drag this sphere and then after I drag this another sphere inside this connect option. Now connect become, or these two object become one. When I press C inside connect effect, you can see these two objects are one object now, so I can modify it very easily by using the polygon option of polygon modeling options. Next one is a instance option. For that first I create a base model, I create a cone, and then after I create a cylinder. I create something like a small cartoonish tree over here. I use this null object to connect or group them with each other. I rename this null as a tree. Fine. Now I want to use this instance option, so I just click on this instance option. Here you can see small cross mark over there inside instance, because we not add any primitives inside this reference object. So I just drag this tree null object from here to this reference object, and now you can see it's actually create a copy of it like this. If you want to make more copies of it, just copy paste this instance inside object manager. I press Ctrl C and Ctrl V again. I drag this again, Ctrl C and Ctrl V for multiple copies. Sorry, I click over here, Ctrl C and Ctrl V, C and Ctrl V. So I create multiple copies of this object, but still they are connected with the original one. So when I modify any object or modify inside original one, these all get modified. So I just show you one option. I just show you some effect of it. I click on this cone and I change the top radius of this cone, and you can see it's changing all the instance inside this viewport. I can change the bottom radius or like this. I can move it like this, and you can see is applied on all the object or all instance whatever I create inside this viewport. This is a very unique thing. If I create a road and a lamppost alongside that road, and I want to modify one lamppost, and I want to copy that same effect or modification on other lamppost or series of a lamppost, that time I can use this nice option or instance option to create this kind of modification. Next one is a metaball option. It's normally used to create a blob type of mesh or fluid kind of thing. So I show you how can you use this. First I create a sphere, and then I create a copy of it by pressing Ctrl and drag. Then I apply this metaball effect on these spheres. I just drag and drop these spheres from here to here on this metaball. You can see it's creating a connected blob by this sphere. Whenever I move this sphere near to other sphere, you can see it's get connected like this. And when I render it, you can see it's something like this connected object over there. I can add multiple object in it, and it's all get connected by this meta ball option. So I create cube. Cube don't have that much segment, so I just add some few segment like 5 on each and every axis. And then after I click on this, and after I drag and drop this cube on this meta ball option, you can see it's create a very gigantic blob. I can click on this cube and I can change the segment of it for better control like this, or I can change the metaball property like hull value to control the effect. You can add different kind of object inside it. I just create a star over here. You can see I create a star, and to add this star inside this metaball, so I just drag this star and drop it on this metaball option. You can see it's now create a connected blob again. I can change the property of this hull value, or I can change the property of star like a points and twist or inner and outer radius to create this kind of effect. So metaball normally used to create a surface like a water or drop of water or any different kind of smooth surface. Next we learn about a symmetry modeling option. I first create a symmetry over here. I drag this symmetry from the center point to over here. This is a small point over there. Fine. Then I create my base object like a sphere. I convert that sphere into the editable option. So I just click over here, and then after I drag this sphere from here to symmetry option. Actually symmetry create a mirror copy of object. Actually symmetry create mirror copy of this object, and we can modify one object and is get affected, is that effect get copied on another object. Next one is symmetry option. For that first I create a symmetry and I move it from the center like this. Then after I click and create a sphere, I convert this sphere into the editable. You can see now I can modify this sphere's polygon. I drag and drop this sphere inside this symmetry option, and inside symmetry I change the mirror plane like a XY. Now you can see the mirror of this sphere over here. Symmetry normally used to mirror our modeling to other side. For like a face modeling, for the body modeling, we use this feature. We model a left side or right side of the face, and it's mirror that face and create other side of the face by this symmetry option. So I just click on this sphere, and I go to the polygon mode. I select one polygon and I modify this polygon. I just change the camera angle so you can see it very clearly. Yeah, view frame all, so you can see whatever I create over here is get copied on that other object, or we can see the mirror of this object over here. This way we can use this symmetry option to create flipped copy of our model inside Cinema 4D. Next option is Python generator. Normally Python generator is kind of coding language, a Python coding language to create some kind of deformation or effect. By using this option you can code over here and you can create your own deformation, own objects, modifiers by this Python generator option. Our next topic is introduction to polygon modeling. In this topic I will give you an overview of different polygon modeling tools and selection options. How can we select and modify different kind of primitives and create a great model by using these basic tools. In modeling part, these two menus, select menu and mesh menu, are very important. Here we can modify the objects by using these transform and create tool options, and here we can use these selection options to select some polygons or edge by using these different selection tools. So first may I introduce what is a polygon and what is the edge and what is the point. Whenever we create basic primitives, or you can create by using these basic primitives, or you can use any another tool, like you can use these spline options, and you can use these different kind of options to create a basic model. And then after, if you want to improve that models details, that time you have to use some modeling options. So first I create a cube over here with a segment around 3 in each and every axis. I use these display Goddard shading options, so you can see these segments over here. Right now this cube is modified. I can very easily modify by using this size option or any other option. I can change the segment also, but when I convert this into the editable, it's become a polygon model, and then after I only modify by using these 3 options over here. So I just convert that cube into the editable object by pressing C or by clicking over here on this small icon called make editable. Now this object is not a cube, but it's converted into the polygon model. You can see now I can't change the segment of it by using this attribute manager. I have to use some different technique to change the segment of it. And here you can see 3 different options over here. First one is the first option is a point. By using this point, you can select the point of this cube. Here you can see this called point or vertices in different softwares. You can select these points and you can modify it, and you can change the model as per as your need. The next thing is a edge. So when I click on this edge option, I can select the edge. Edge is between 2 points like this, and you can modify these two. And the next one is a polygon. I select this polygon option, and you can see I am changing the selecting the box. Again I can modify that, and you can see other polygons, those are attached with this polygon, modified with this polygon. So this way you can change the different kind of option over here. To select the entire object, I can click over here on this object mode or model mode to select the entire object. These are basic things available for the detailed modeling. One is a point, another was an edge, and third one is a polygon. Now next we'll learn about the selection options. The basic selection option by default is a live selection option. When I click on this live selection tool, you can directly click over here to pick this live selection option, or you can go inside select menu and you can click over here for selection or live selection. I click on this option, a live selection, and here if you can see the small circle over here is a brush to select the objects. See, this way you can select the polygons. If you in a point mode, this you can select the points just by dragging your brush on the object and you select some part of that object. Or in edge mode, you can select the edge by using the same techniques. To change the radius of this brush, you can click over here and change the radius of this brush. So you can select a big part in one click. If you're using a stylus or Wacom tablet, that time you can use this pressure dependent radius, but right now I'm using mouse, so I just keep it that as unclick over here. Modeling axis is a different thing. I'll show you later on how to use this, and keep on this polygon. If you select some part and then after you think, okay, I don't want to use this part, I don't want to modify this part, that time you can press shift and deselect. Oh sorry, my mistake. By pressing shift you can add more selection in it, and by pressing control you can remove some part from the selection. So if you want to select some part, just draw live selection tool. To add some more selection in it, press shift to add it, and to remove, press control and remove some part from the selection. This you can manage the things. The next thing in that is, okay, this is one very important thing over here, is only select visible element. See, right now I select this part, or I just select this corner over here, and if I rotate this object or rotate this view, you can see there's no selection on the other side of this polygons. So it's select only visible part, or whatever we see from this particular angle of the view. Because of this option, only select visible elements. If I remove this tick mark and I again select the same polygons from here, and when I rotate this, you can see it select the other part of that polygons too. So sometimes accidentally we select just front part of the object and try to modify it, and you can see the if it is not applicable on the other part or other side of the object, that time just remove this tick mark to select the entire front and back side of the polygon using this small option. I just keep it on now. Okay, the next selection tool after the live selection tool is a rectangular selection. We can create a rectangle over here and select the objects like this. This is one small option over here for the selection. This is called tolerate selection. See, right now when I drag it, you can't see anything because I'm not covering the entire polygon or any polygon entirely. So when I just select and drag it and I cover the one polygon entirely, that only polygon selected in my selection by using a rectangle selection. But if I keep this option on, tolerate selection, so if I cover any polygon in a very little manner, it gets selected. I don't have to cover the each and every object or each and every side of the polygon. I just cover the small part of the polygon and it gets selected. Here again I just select these two and it gets selected. That's very nice option to select polygons or edge or points in very fast manner, or tolerant selection. But sometimes because of this we select some unwanted polygon, that time I can keep this off and select only polygon that I covered entirely by using this rectangular selection. Next thing is a lasso selection. By using this you can draw selection type. Those who very much used to with the Photoshop, they understand this selection type. The same selection type is available in the Photoshop. So you can see I'm just drawing a random curve over here to select some polygons. This way you can select polygons, or if you know point mode, you can select the points too. Whatever we learning over here, it's all available with the edge and polygon and points too. So this way you can modify this stuff. Polygons are more visible, that's why I'm using polygon over here. And the next thing is a polygonal selection, a polygon selection. We can use this as a click and I select polygon by using this option. Again I click this and select some part of it. These are different kind of selection available inside this selection type. So we learn about a live selection, a rectangular selection, a lasso selection, and polygon selection. You can access these same tools over here inside a select option, live selection, rectangular selection, lasso selection, and polygon selection. Next option inside selection menu or select menu is a loop selection. Loop selection normally used to select a object in a loop manner, or you can select the connected polygon in a loop while. So I click on this loop selection over here, and in polygon menu or polygon option, you can see I can select the entire loop of the polygon from the all sides. If I want to add this one, I press shift and click over here. So you can see I'll select like this. If you want to remove some selection from this loop, again I press Ctrl and I select or deselect some polygons from the selection. These are a very nice option available to select the entire connected polygons from the objects, called loop selection. Next one is the ring selection. Ring selection is normally we use for select the edges. So I just deselect some all things, and then after I click on this edge mode, and from here in select menu I click on this ring selection, and you can see it's selecting the entire ring of this edge. Again I press shift to add more edges on this selection, and again I use control to remove some edge from the selection like this. So this way you can use this edge selection, ring selection, to select some edges. You can use this ring selection to select some points too. So I click on these points, and you can see now I can select the points in a ring manner like this. If I want to convert this point selection into the edge or polygon selection, very simply, you can very easily we can convert that just by pressing shift and click on this other option. So if I want to convert these polygons, these point selections, I just select it a little bit more points by using the live selection option. I want to convert this point selection into the edge selection. I press shift and click over here on the edge option, and you can see now the all points selected in that's converted into the edge. Again I want to select that into, I want to convert that into the polygon. So I press shift and click over here, and you can see it's all converted into the polygons. The same option available inside select, this convert selection option. So by using this we can convert point into the polygons or points or edge or different kind of things. So right now I select convert these polygons into the points, and then I click on this convert option to convert this into the points. I can convert these points to edge and then click on this convert option. So this way you can use this small box over here called convert selection, or you can use shortcut shift and click to convert your selection in a different manner. So these are different options available inside select menu. Next tool is outline selection. We normally use this to create outline of selection. So I just select some polygon of over here and I just drag it. So it will create a small outline over here. You can see it very clear. It's a very small one over here like this. Just cover the edge of it by using this option called outline selection. Next, fill selection is normally used to convert edge selection into the polygon selection. The same thing we learned before, and you can try it very easily. The next thing is select all. Okay, you know about that. You can select the entire polygons, or you can use this deselect all option to deselect it. If I select some part like this and I want to invert this selection, that time I can go inside select and invert. I click on this invert option, so you can see now it's invert the selection from this point to other points or polygons. So these are options available for the select, deselect and invert option. Next interesting selection option is grow selection. and shrink selection. I show you about the select convert connected option later on. In grow selection part, I first select the polygon by using the live selection option, a small polygon. I just change the brush size and I select this part, and then I want to grow this selection. For the learn about select menu, you can use U shortcut key to find out more shortcuts about the selection options. So here is a option called grow selection. Shortcut is a Y. You can see the second last from the in the list. So I press Y to grow this. I select this polygon again and I press OK. I have to use this tool first, grow selection, and you can see I press U and then press Y to just increase the selection. Okay, if you don't only press Y, you can see it's changing it over here from your XYZ axis. So press U first, then press Y to grow the selection. And for the shrink this selection, you can find out the shortcut for it. Here is a K. You can see over here, K is a shortcut for shrink selection. So I press U and then press K. U and K. First I go and just change the using this shrink selection option. I think I select lots of part, so I just click outside to deselect it. I can grow that by using grow selection, and then after I use the select shrink selection option to shrink it, or U and K to shrink selection. So U and Y to grow, U and Y to grow, and U and K to shrink. This way you can use these shortcuts, or you can use these menu options to grow and shrink this selection type. To show you next selection option, I create a small cube over here with a 10 segments, and I convert that into the editable. I convert it into the make editable, and now I show you how can we use this option called select connected inside this cube. So I first select a polygon by using this tool or select option. I select a loop of polygons like this, and then I press delete to delete this loop. So you can see we actually break this cube into the two separate part, but we can't see any difference over here. Fine. Then after I can use the polygon tool to select some polygons over here. I just select a small polygon or from this side of this object, and if I go inside this select option and click on this select connected, it will select only connected part. It can't jump over the gap and select the other part. It's only select the particular connected part. So you can see it's selecting this part only, it's not selecting other part. This is called a select connected option inside select menu. The next thing, I can shrink this selection like this, or if you want to, you can grow this selection in this grow and shrink selection. Next thing, we can hide this selection. I click on this hide selection option or hide selected option. So you can see I'm just hiding this selection. Inside select, I can click on this hide unselected, but first I undo it and select hide unselected. This way, you want to unhide them all, just click on this unhide all option, so you can see it again like this. You can switch this hide and unhide by using the next option called invert visibility. It will switch between hide and unhide. So I click on this invert visibility. Okay, first I have to hide some part, so I just click on this hide selection and then after I can go inside this select option and click on this invert visibility option. So now you can see the hidden part and it's hide the other part, or you can click again to invert visibility like this. I click and unhide all from here. The next option we already learn about this is called convert selection. It's normally to convert your uh, point selection into the edge selection and edge selection into the other selection like a point or polygon selection. We can use this tool to jump from point to edge, polygon, or any other option, or you can use shift and click on the other properties. Like if you selected a point, then after you can use shift and click on this edge to convert that edge point selection into the edge selection or into the polygon selection. So vice versa, you can use this different selection type to jump from one selection type to another selection type by pressing shift and click over here, or by using this convert selection option. Next option is a very important option called a set selection. We can save selection uh, of any polygons or edge or points for future use by using this option, set selection. So for that I first select some polygon by using a very basic tool called live selection. I select some polygons like this and I want to save this selection for future use. So I just click inside this select option and set selection. It will create a small triangle over here inside this object manager option on this cube parameters. This triangle represent that I already saved some selection inside this triangle option. So I can rename it. I rename it as a 1. You can save that into the layers if you want to save that. There are different kind of option like restore selection or select and hide others, select polygons, deselect polygons, hide polygons, unhide polygons. The all same option available inside these select options. So I create selection. If I select other part and I want to jump back to my previous selection what I saved before, so I can just double click on this small triangle over here and you can directly switch from the other selection to this selection. Anytime you can double click it and just come back to the different selection type. I select on cube or just deselect it by using a polygon. I select some polygons. You can save multiple selections. I select these and then after I can go inside this select. Again I click on this set selection option. It will create another triangle over here. I rename that as a 2 and anytime I can jump back to the 1 or 2. This you can select unlimited numbers of selections for your modeling use inside Cinema 4D. Set selection option. Set vertex weight is normally for rigging or some mesh deformation options. This is a very advanced thing for right now, so I just skip it. And here inside this selection filter, if you want to select the all object from the viewport, you can use it. If you don't want to select the camera object or you don't want to select the light, that time you can just remove this tick from here and it will not selected by the selections. I show you a small example of it. To show you about the selection filters, I create a small setup over here. In this small setup you can see I create some primitives, 2 lights over here, light 1 and light, and 1 camera. Now I go inside this select option in selection filter. If I see now the selection filter, the camera and light options are on. So when I drag this any type of selection type like any live selection or rectangle selection or any other selection type, I choose the rectangle selection, and when I drag this over the entire objects, it will select the entire whatever object inside this rectangular selection. So you can see over here these all names in a saffron or yellow color over here that indicate that all the objects are selected. And if I move these by using a move tool, you can see I am now moving the entire objects. But accidentally by using this selection or by some time accidentally you select the camera or light and modify it, and then after you realize, oh, I made a big mistake, so you have to redo the all things. That will take a time. So sometimes we normally avoid to select the light and camera from the view. We only want to select the modify objects and other things, but not a light and camera. Or you can change that, you only select the light and camera and don't want to use modify the other property or other objects. That time you can filter that things too. So here I go inside this select option, inside selection filter, I remove this camera and a light option. So now when I do the same action again by pressing this rectangular selection tool and drag it, now you can see I select only figure, sphere and torus, not the camera, light one and light. If I move this up, you can see I select this only basic primitives, not the other part, because we just remove camera and light from the selection filters. So you can adjust the things. You can check the other option like a light, camera, or you can add another option from here in selector menu, and there are different kind of options available. Create selection option, or you can use this to save your selection type inside this object. So this is all about the selection menu inside Cinema 4D. Now we use this selection option for a modeling purpose. I show you how can we use these different selection things to select a polygon or the edge or point and modify that by using this mesh options. Let's begin to the introduction to modeling tools. You can access this tool by using this mesh option, create tool or transform tools, or you can just click on this layout, and inside this layout there's an option called a modeling layout. When I click on this layout, you can see it's open a different kind of layout, and you can see some modeling tools over here like a live selection and a loop selection, ring selection, front break selection, invert, and some selection types what we learned before, and some modeling tools available inside this. So first I convert this cube into the, I just create this cube with segment 555 in each and every axis. I just convert this into the make editable. Fine. In display I say the Gouraud shading. Yeah, fine. To access the modeling option, I can press M, and you can see here the shortcuts for the almost each and every modeling tools available here. And if you directly access the modeling part, you can click on these objects over here, or you can press Shift C. Shift C is a command line option. Here you can enter a commands, like if I want to use extrude, so I just type extrude over here, and you can see when this extrude option, I can directly access the extrude options, or you can access the other extrude option like this is for spline, this is for more extrude, and different kind of extrude option available here. Same thing for the other text, so you can access the all text option available inside Cinema 4D just by pressing this Shift C command. Just Shift C, and you can directly type whatever tool you want to use, the name of it, and you can find that tool over here. The most important tool inside this modeling option is extrude tool. So let's learn about it. First I select some polygon. I select this polygon, or you can select more than one, and for access the extrude you can either click over here on this extrude option, or shortcut is press M and then after press D. M for modeling option, and here you can see the shortcut for extrude is T. So press M and then after T to access the extrude tool. You can see over here the extrude tools inside attribute manager. I select this and I click over here and click and drag outside. you can directly modify it inside viewport, or you can click over here in this offset option for very precise modifications. And to do it in 100 centimeter, so type it 100, and now it's a extrude of 100 centimeter. Here you can change the variation degree. If you want to just adjust some variation in it, you can modify that. Subdivision, how many subdivision for this extrude? So you can see it will add a more polygons in it, like this, and the other options are there. Create caps, right now it's not open shape, so no need of it. And then I click on this new transform, so it will increase by the same manner whatever we cover over here. The option called maximum angle is a little bit different, so I just undo this part and I select some polygons from this side and from this side. Then I use extrude and just extrude it like this, so it's following the last settings. Put 0 and you can see like this. Now it's extruding from different angles. If I convert that into the 90, so you can see it's get joined over here. So angle is more than 90 or more than 90, it will join the shape. Here you can see in 89 it's a different part, but in a 90 it will join or extrude the middle edge too, along with that other polygons. So this is a maximum angle option inside extrude. The next extrude type is extrude inner. For that I go inside mesh, create tool, I click on this extrude inner option, or I can click over here inside this modeling layout, extrude inner shortcut you can see over here, MW, and I click over here and just drag this in. You can see it's extrude in or out like this. Then after I use this extrude to extrude it, or just create something like this. So this way you can modify the options. If you select more objects, I just click on this extrude inner and you can see it create like this, and then after you can use extrude tool to extrude it or create something like this object. So this is the extrude inner option available inside extrude options, extrude inner. Next option is a bevel option, so I click on this polygon. Here you can see the bevel tool, or you can access it mesh, create tool, a bevel option. So I click on this bevel and here you can see I can adjust it like this, see, and I can adjust the edge. You can change the offset, subdivision levels, or depth of it, how you want to modify that. Again the extrusion, angle of extrusion, and shape, you can modify this shape. Okay, for the more result you have to add some more segment, subdivision, and now you can see the effect of it. I just say like this, or you can use a profile curve. You have to create a spline for the profile, so I create a bezier like this. It's not that perfect, but yeah, that's okay. I convert and I move this like this. Fine. And then I select the cube, polygons, and I select another part or another cube or polygon from here, and here I use this bevel option to bevel it, but here I use the profile curve and I drag this spline as a profile curve, and then after I use this extrusion, see, like something like this. So you can change the subdivisions or depth. Just try to follow that profile. Is not that perfect, but yeah, you can see, just try to follow the spline. You can change the spline plane, so you can see it's changing according to that. You can change the cross segments. These are tools available with this bevel option. In extrude option, there is a different kind of extrude available. It's called, inside create menu, a matrix extrude. So for that I select some polygons, and then after you can directly access it from this shortcuts or this menu over here, toolbar over here, and or you can go inside create tool and extrude, matrix extrude option. When I drag this, it creates something like this, and you can change these properties like how many steps you want to create or move on which axis, rotation of the object, variation per step or initial, like if it is a none. In initial you can see in the different objects none. So this way you can modify the effect. It's all about the metric extrude. For next option, smooth shift, I select some polygons from different angle, and then after I use this mesh create tool, smooth shift option, to create something like this. You can change the angle for more smoothness or subdivision levels, offset, and the variation of it you can see, or create n-gon to remove some extra polygon if you want to remove this. So these all about smooth shift option from mesh create tools. Next we learn about the other option like brush, iron, and magnet mirror option, or how can we use normal move scale rotate option uh, for create better model, and the other option like a knife to cut the object or edge cut for cutting the edges. I show you in next lectures. In mesh create tools, there's option called create point. By using this, we can create a new points on your model or model surface. So I click on this create point. I want to add some point over here, so I'm in a point mode right now. So I just click over here. You can see I'm adding a new point over here. You can add anywhere or point anywhere, and then after you can use a tool to modify it like this. So you can add a point and modify it to create a complex model. If you want to add a polygon, so first I go inside mesh. Here you can see the option over here add a polygon or add a point. So either you can choose from here, or you can go inside mesh, create tool, and click on this polygon pane option. Right now I'm working in a perspective mode, so when I create this polygon I have to click and drag like this, but it's not a very good choice of view right now. When I connect with the last point over here, it will create a new polygon over here. But if I rotate it, you can see it's not on a particular plane, it's in a different angle. So that will create a big problem for your model. So for that I use front or top mode. I press F2 for top mode, and here I create a polygon start to end. And when I'm back to the perspective mode again, here you can see I create polygon over here. More divisions you can add or change it. You can use semicircle option to create, but yeah, again it's a different plane. So this way you can create polygons by using this polygon pane option. Mesh, create tool, create point, and polygon pane. Next option is knife tool. By using a knife tool you can cut the object and create more segment in it. There's another option called divide over here that can create more segments, but I show you by using this knife tool. So I click on this knife tool. In knife tool right now I'm using a mode called line. So I create a single line from one edge to another edge like this, or from this edge to last edge. This you can improve or increase the segments of the object. The next one is a hole. For a hole I create different plane, and I move this plane little side. In plane property I make it around 1. Fine. I convert that plane into the editable, make editable by pressing C, and now I select the polygon, and by using this option knife I choose the option called hole, and here I create a small hole in this polygon. So you can see the grid below that. This way you can cut the object or cut the polygon by using this knife hole option. Now if I want to fill this again, for that inside mesh, create tool, the option called close polygon hole. So I click on it and I click on this edge to fill this again by using different polygon. So this way you can modify you can create the hole by using a knife and fill it by using the other option called close polygon hole. In knife option I just delete this plane. I just jump back to the polygon. Yeah, I fit it frame all. Yeah, then after inside knife option, after hole there is a plane. You can directly create a plane like this, or loop. Sorry, I click on this loop to select the entire loop, but right now I'm using the plane surface, that's why it's not that useful. So you can try this plane, loop, and path option on a different surface, and it will actually cut the entire surface from all the sides by using this loop and plane and path option. So try it on different surface like a circle or box or cube, and you can see the result of this knife option. Our next option, edge cut, is available only with the edge. So first I select the edge option. I select some edges over here. I try to select in one line, something like this. I want to cut this edge, or I want to add more points on that edge. So I click over here in this mesh, create tool, edge cut. Here I keep that subdivision to 2 and I click over here, and you can see it's adding a new 2 points on this edges. So if I go back to the point option, you can see it's add more point on that particular edges. This way you can cut the edge by using this option. Again, if I click, it's add more 2 points again. So this way you can see I add too many points on this edge. So this way you can adjust the option called edge cut. Next we'll learn about brush tool. It's normally for a deformation purpose. So I select this cube, and here inside this mesh, create transform tool, the option called brush. So I or I can click over here on this brush option, and I can simply modify this like this. The segments are very important over here. So if I already not create lots of segment, my shape will be a very distorted one. So I think I have to add more segment, but right now I convert that into the editable. So I have to use knife tool to cut this part and add more segment, or I can use a very nice option called divide option. So I select this cube, I go inside mesh, command option, there's option called subdivide. This subdivide option actually subdivide your objects in more segments. So I click on this setting option. Okay, how many subdivide you want? First let me select the polygons. I select the entire polygon. See, now this part is now selected. Because of this, we only select a visible element. I select entire part. Now you can see I select the all polygons. Then I go inside mesh, command, and subdivide option. In the setting option, I can want to subdivide into the 3 subdivisions, and I click on this OK option, and you can see it's convert that in lots of polygons. Here if you want to see how many polygons I am using right now, it's very useful for a modeling purpose. So you can go inside this mode, project option, and if you want to know more about how many polygons I create over here and how many points are there or something like that, is information for a modeling purpose. For some low quality, low poly modeling, we have to very restricted number of polygons. We can't go beyond that because it will slow down the other rendering process, or for a gaming purpose you have to use very low poly model. If you increase the polygons, that will be harmful for a game engine. So that time we have to actually count our polygons and just try to be in our limit to create while creating a model. So how can I see the how many polygons I am using right now? For that, go inside this mode option and click on the view tag, view setting tag. Here you can see the option called HUD, head up display. I just click on it, and here you can see the information option. I click on this total polygon or total age, total point, like this. So you can here you can see how many polygons I am using right now. If I click on shift and I convert this selection into the age, you can see how many edges I'm using it, or you can press shift and click over here to see how many point I'm using to create this model. So this way you can know the how many polygons and how many objects I'm using for this model. A very nice option while modeling. So I keep this option on and I jump back to the cube. So this is all about subdivide. And then after I want to modify this by using the brush option. So I click over here in the brush and I modify this like this. So it will actually create a very vector object. Again I go into the polygon mode and brush, and I can modify this, and this way I can create a very smooth model deformation of this cube or any other objects. Object mode like this. There is another option available to do this type of deformation called a magnet mode. So I show you how can we use there. Just next to the brush tool is a magnet tool. I click on this magnet, or you can access this by using a mesh, create tool, transform tool, my mistake, and a magnet tool. So I click on this magnet tool, and same way I can modify the object. You can change the mode to the dome. So this will create a effect like this, or you can convert it into the needle. So this will create little bit pointy effect over here, or spline. So you can modify like this, and you can change some curves option over here, linear. This you can modify the objects. I just change it. I jump back to the brush and modify some part like this. If you want to just reset that, so that time you can use the option called iron option and the mesh, or you can click over here in the mesh option for transform tool, iron tool, and by using this you can try to smooth that by using the angle or percent. Actually I create a very heavy mesh, so for the purpose I just delete this cube. I create a very basic kind of cube and I convert it into the editable. I use brush tool to modify that, and then I use this iron tool to readjust that. See, so you can modify the effect. It's not that perfect, but yeah, still I can try to make it smooth using this iron option. So this way you can use these tools called brush option and the iron option and the magnet option inside modify mesh option transform tools. Let's learn about the other tools. So I create a cube over here and convert it into the make editable, and then I select this polygon option. I select loop selection and I select this part and I delete it. Then I select the points and select the entire points over there of the edge, you can see, and I press shift and select this edge too. Now to join these two edges, so that time I can use this mesh create tool, stitch and sew option. So I click on it, and after that from one point to another point I just drag a line, and you can see it's get stitch like this. So this you can fill the gap of any mesh. First select the point, whatever point you want to connect. Sorry, so I just click outside and set the point again. You can see it's already selected. I go inside a mesh, inside create tool, stitch and sew. I just connect one point to another point and it's get connected. So this we can fill the gap. When I using this last tool, stitch and sew, it's actually modifying our polygons. To avoid these things, we can use this option called bridge. So for that I select the edge. I go inside select and loop selection and I select this edge, and then after I use shift to select other edge by clicking over here. See, now I can show you. I select the edge over here, and then after I can go inside mesh create tool, a bridge option. For a bridge option, I have to manually select the edge from here to here. Okay, I just accidentally select the other edge, so I just select this edge from here to here. You can see it's create a polygon in between them, and just like this I can fill the gap between these two objects. Just drag from one edge to another edge and it's get filled. If you don't want to close the entire gap, that time you can use this technique to adjust the gap. See, you can create a gap anywhere, or you can fill in any part or gap between two edges using this bridge option. For weld option, I select some group of the points like this. I have to weld them with each other, so I just go inside this mesh, create tool, weld option, and I just want to weld it over here. So I just point out there like I want to weld with this point, and I just click it over here. You can see the all point removed and just welded into the one point. So you can modify that point to create something like this, a pointy object. And if you want to smooth that, you can use option called subdivision surface option, and just drag this cube inside this subdivision surface, and you can see it will create a smooth object like this. If I render it, you can see from different angle this kind of thing. Subdivision surface actually create a smoothness of the object. You can change the subdivision editor option or renderer smoothness from here. You can modify the subdivision surface cage for more smoothness of a more detailed models. So you can create smooth model by using subdivision surface and the other options. For next option, I create a sphere, I convert into the editable, and I just select it, just see the lines option, and by using the edge, I want to create a new edge over here. So I can use this option called knife. In knife, I can use the mode called loop, and here you can see I'm adding a new loop on this surface. You can see this new loop I created by using the knife option. If I use the option select, I just go with the loop selection from here, and okay, knife tool is still on, so I just select outside, and in a mesh, select option, my mistake, in select option I select the loop selection, I select this loop from here, and if I move this by using the transform menu, you can see it's deforming my object or just modifying my object. I just want to slide this loop little bit, but I don't want to modify my object. That time I can use the different tool called a slide tool. You can either access from here, or you can go inside this mesh, transform tool, a slide tool. I just select this slide and I move it up like this. See, okay, if I go over the limit, it will modify the thing, but yeah, for small modification it's very useful tool. So I can adjust this edge like this, and then I can continue with my modeling part. It's not modifying the object like a move tool, it's just adjusting the edge position on the surface. Sometime during the modeling process, we accidentally flip the polygon and disturb its normal settings. Normally something like a surface setting that react with the light, or we can I can say it's a surface property that if I flip that surface, the inner part of that polygon will come at as a front and the front part go down. So this will create confusion while texturing or for lighting. So if you feel that there is some problem with the model, it's not behaving correct or the polygon is not that correct, that time you can adjust the normals. So here I can say I select some polygons, and from this mesh menu transform tool you can see there's option called normal, move, scale or rotate. If I rotate that, it's actually rotate the polygons inside. You can modify that like this, see, or you can different kind of technique to adjust the polygon. Sometimes it's happen during the modeling purpose, so you can modify that normal or just reset that normal settings by using these transform options: normal move, normal scale and normal rotate option. Next useful option is called disconnect. So I select this polygon, I want to disconnect this. See, right now it's a part of that cube, so I go inside this mesh command option, the option called disconnect. I click on this settings option and I can keep this preserve group, so it's a part of the group, and I say okay. Now select this and move it. Now you can see it's a different part. Now I can select these two, it's still a part of the group. I change its setting to command disconnect again. This time I just remove this preserve group and okay. See, it's not that big difference by using preserve group, but yeah, for texturing purpose it's a good option. And we can just disconnect the part of the objects by using this disconnect tool, and you can use different modeling technique to modify this part. If I use a knife tool to cut some uh, edges on this polygon from here to here and like this, and then I realize that this will create a very bad effect on my model. I want to remove these edges. That time I use the dissolve tool to remove these edges. First, before I just click on this rectangle selection tool, I select this edge by dragging or just try to cover this entirely like this. I want to remove this edge, or I just want to remove this edge over here. I press Ctrl. Okay, I just change on this tolerance selection. So yeah, that's fine. I select this edge and I want to remove this. So either you can go inside mesh command dissolve option, or you can click over here and you can see I remove this edge. So this will select the object and dissolve option to remove this edge from the polygon. This way you can remove unwanted edges by using this dissolve option. I show you one another way to deformation. I create a cube with a 10 segment, and then oh sorry, 5 segment. I create a cube with a 5 segments, and then after I go inside this, I select the all polygons by using this polygon option and remove this all, only select the visible element option, and I select the entire polygon. And then after I go inside this mesh, in command there is option called set point value. By default it's in a leave option, so you can't see any value over here, but I keep it there as a crumple, a normal, and then I change the value to the like some amount, and then I apply it. So you can see some crumpling over here. I just change the value to little high and apply it, so you can see more effect of that crumpling. Okay, I think this part is not selected, that's why it's not applying that effect. So you can select the entire part, select it, all the edge, and again mesh command tool, set point value. and here crumple normal, and I apply it. This you can modify the effect. The next tool is the optimize. Optimize you normally use to reduce some polygons, unused polygons. I just change the tolerance level. Right now this cube is not that uh, good model, but sometimes when you create a very complex model, some primitives, some basic, some polygons, just unused polygons are there, and unused points are there, or you create a very vast kind of thing. So you want to just compress this model. That time you can use this option called mesh command optimize option to adjust your model. I keep it around 20 and just click it. I think this is very small option, so small amount, so I just command optimize, I change to the big amount, and you can see it just compressing or just less the polygons. You see only polygons over here. So this you can use if you create a very you create a model beyond your polygon limit, and then after you realize that, oh, I want to just shut down some polygon, that time you can use this command to just limit or just squeeze your model in particular polygon limit. So this time this is all about the modeling tools available inside Cinema 4D. You can use this tool to create a great model. Modeling is a practice game, so you have to practice again and again to create a model. So surf the net, find out some good good tutorials or images for a modeling, and try to create your own model by using these modeling tools. Next we learn about materials and texturing option inside Cinema 4D. First, create any primitives. I create sphere over here. To create texture or material for these primitives, we have to access Windows Material Manager, or you can go over here inside this box and you can create a new material by using this create command. I click on this create command and I click on this new material option. It create a small material thumbnail over here, and you can see the same thumbnail inside attribute manager. So first let me cover some basic parameter of this material editor. You can simply drag and drop this thumbnail from here to on your object, and you can see that texture or material applied on this basic primitives. I double click on this material to get a property of this material editor. Either you can access by double clicking, or you can see that same property is available inside this attribute manager too. Okay, we want to change the color of this texture, so I just simply click over here. You can see I can change this texture color very easily by using this color option or color picker option. Here you can see the RGB values. If you want to change that RGB value, you can very easily change it like this, or you can drag this slider to change these color values. Here you can see different type of options available, like a HSV or color table or RGB in a percentage manner. So you can choose your color very wisely by using these options. If you want to change these settings, you can go inside edit, preferences, and inside these preferences unit setup, you can change the color chooser option from here. Either you can go with this RGB, or you can choose any another color type or color properties as your default property to create a colors. I close this. I just keep it RGB as it is, and you can close this to access other properties. Here in this material manager, I click on this create option. The first thing is that new material, as you used before. I can create another material over here. To rename that material, I just simply double click on it, and I can rename that as a white, or you can give any name to him. Then after I click on this create, you can see there's a shaders option available. These shaders are something like ready-made settings available inside Cinema 4D. You can use these settings to create some basic material or some advanced material. Like I want to create a marble type of thing, I just click on this marble, and you can see I create a marble. I just drag this marble from here to here, and you can see it's marble applied on the sphere. You can render that to see the final output. This will create a multiple type of material by using this shader option, like a grass. You can see the grass is there. To increase this thumbnail size, I just go inside edit option and I change it to medium icon, or I can change it to the large icon. You can see it very clearly like this. Create shader. They have lots of things available inside this shader option. If you already saved some textures or materials inside your computer and you want to load that back, that time you can use this load material option. You can navigate your material option by using this explorer and you can open that and you can use that already created material or textures on your object. Inside create, if you want to save this material type or material library, you can save that for future use by using this option, save material as, or you can save this as save as all material as. Okay, here are some preset like a broadcast preset of materials, prime, sculpting and visualize. These are different type of presets available inside Cinema 4D. You can very easily access it from here or inside by using this content browser option. I tell you later on about these options, but first we learn about the edit option. So next one is the edit. We can undo that, redo, cut, copy, the very basic option available like we always use inside Windows. You can select all, deselect all. If I want to see the material list, you can click over here and you can see the material list over here. In edit, if you want to see the layer manager, a complete view of layer manager, you can use that. Layer manager is very important to create textures. I just click on it like this, so you can see the layer manager over here. I go back to edit and I keep it that as a material. This way you can manage the material by using a create and edit option. Let me talk about the layer option. How can we use layers to create texture or managing texture? To learn about layering and managing your texture, first I create some texture by using this create option. Either you can click on this new material. So first I create some basic material by using create new material option, or you can directly double click on it and you create a material by using this double click option too. I rename that as red and I change its color to red. Then I double click it again. I create another material. Either I can right click on it and click on this rename option, or you can double click on this yellow box and you rename it directly. I just rename it as a green and I click over here green. Now I want to manage these textures inside layer or material inside layer. So I go inside this layer option. Either I right click on it, new layer, or you can create double click it and you can create a new layer. So I just rename it like red. I want to drag this red material inside this layer. So I just simply drag and drop from here to on this red option. And you can see it's create a new red thumb over here or tab over here. Inside this red, you can see a red material inside this red tab or layer tab. When I click on this all, you can see the all materials. But when I click on this red tab, you can see only red colored material or any other type of material. Whatever you drag inside this red layer, it shows inside this red tab option. I create another, I double click it and I create another material box over here. I change it to a reddish shade again, but little bit different reddish shade. I choose like this. Again I drag and drop that inside this red layer. Now you can see inside this layer, red layer box, we have two materials, and here in all we have three materials. I want to create another layer. I just right click it. I just close this material editor option. I right click it. Either I can click new layer or I just double click it over here to create new layer. I double click on this layer option. I rename that as a green. Then I drag and drop this green inside this green layer. Now we have another tab called green, a red and a green. That way you can sort out your materials according to your use. You want to hide that or something like that, you can just click on this eyes icon to hide this layer or something like that. When you want to see the all material, you can click on this all option, and when you want to sort out that material according to your type or any another option, you can click on this red or green type of layer options. You can use these all layer options for this material too. This is very nice way to sorting out your texture or material according to your objects. Sometimes it is very, we create very complex model and we texture it very we apply lots of texture on it. That time it's really hectic to find material to modify. That time you can use this technique to sort out your texture according to layers. To remove layer, just select the layer and press delete. This can remove your layer, and you can see from here the red tab is removed from this tab option. I want to remove this green too, so I just select this green and press delete to remove it. Either you can right click on it and you can delete it by using this right click option, or you can go with the right delete all option. If you want to merge the two layer and create one layer, you can do that things all. You can select them all and you can deselect them all. All things are available same like a Photoshop, and you can manage your layer for a better result. I just select this green and delete it. So you can't see any layer tab over here, and we have only basic model or materials over here. Next thing is a function. By using this function option, we can edit this material, apply this material on object, rename it, active object. You can find material by using this find command. There are lots of things available for the material, but the main thing is here like a remove unused material. If I use this material on the object and my this I'm not using this two green and red material on the object or any another object. I want to sort it out. I want to remove the unused material. Okay, anytime you can go over here and I say remove unused material. Now you can see I remove that unused material in a one click. Sometime happen you create a duplicate copy of it, like I just press control and drag this red from here to here and I create a copy of this red like this. And now to remove this red copies, I just go inside function and say remove duplicate material. So you can see I remove the duplicate material in one click. That's a very nice option available inside Cinema 4D to manage or adjust your material slot very easily. Sometimes due to some problem we miss some texture from object. That time using these functions reload our texture option, we can find out and upload our texture or update our texture by using this option. Inside this texture option we can manage our texture. We can use UW options to create detailed texture. I will tell you later on about this option in Cinema 4D. To apply texture on object, either you can drag it from here to here, you can directly drag that from here to object manager like this, and you can see this texture applied on that particular object very easily. Sometimes you create lots of copy of the object and you don't remember the name of that object. That time this technique is very useful to apply that one. Here you can see all slot is there. Whenever we apply texture on it, it's create another slot for it. To remove this, just click it and delete it, delete, delete, delete. So you can see the base texture whatever we applied first from this box. Let's run about material editor. First I create a basic primitives, then I create a basic material slot over here. Here you can see some options. Either you can double click on it so you can access the material editor. You can see the same option available inside these attribute manager. So I just access attribute manager for detail material options. You can change the color. First option is a color, so you can click it on it and you can choose color whatever color you want. You can drag the slider to get other colors, or you can go with these RGB options to find out perfect color as per your need or requirement. I just click on this OK option. Then after you can change the brightness of this color like this to get a darker shade of color. Now what do you want to apply a texture or different type of images on this object? So just click on this texture option. You can see there's lots of option over there. You can load preset again, brick preset. Here's a very basic type of option available inside these, like a color, fresnel, gradient, noise. I can apply this noise on it like this. You want to remove this texture, just click over there on this small triangle and just click on this clear option. And to apply something else, so I just click here. You can see there's a option called effects. There are lots of effects over there. Motion graphics options, sketching options, surface option. So inside surface we have bricks and checkerboard. So I just click on these bricks from the surface option and you can see it's applied these bricks as a texture on this material slot. I just drag and drop this on the object. You can see apply that texture on this object. Whenever I apply this texture on this object, you can see we have some texture option available here, but right now I just skip it for a while. I just double click on this texture again to get my basic property back. Here I already apply a color on it, and then after I apply texture, so you can mix that both option by clicking this mix mode. I just say add, so you can see now I can see the blue color with the bricks material on it. You can go with other option like a subtract or multiply option. You can see if you want to adjust the strength of that mixing, you can check this option. I keep it as add. You want to blur that bricks, that time you can drag this slider up to blur the your basic texture. This will modify the texture option. There are different type of effects available for a better shading. You can play with it. There's a different type of options to adjust the settings like this. If I want to remove this texture, again I click on this texture option. I just say clear it. I can click on texture and inside surface I can access other texture like earth like this. You change the parameter of earth, just double click on this option. You want to increase the sea level or you want to change the color of the sea level, just click it. I want to see should be like a what, like brownish, and I say okay. You can see the sea look like a brown, but still we have blue color as a base. Then after we apply this earth texture on it, I double click on it to get back to my basic texture. To remove this I just click on it and I remove these all things. If you want to apply your own texture, not from like this ready-made texture, that time you can click on this small dot over here and you can access your own texture. Like I just click on this glossy sphere file and I open that. Cinemas 4D asks me about to copy this image inside project folder. I say yes to it. So whenever I reopen it, it's open from that project location. I say yes, and you can see now I apply a white. So now I apply these blue shades, blue color with this texture. I can go with the normal option to see it only the texture on my object. So you can manage this thing very easily inside these color basic options. You want to change the glow of it, you can use this model option and manage the lots of things by using this texture option. Here you can see I create a very basic texture and apply to this torus. Now I just right click on this thumbnail to see the size, to adjust the size of this thumbnail, a small one, or you can go with the large one or the huge one. To increase this size, again I right click and say open window and you can see this texture in a big window. So whatever you change, like I want to change the blur option, you can see some blurriness inside this material window also. This one get automatically update from this texture. I close this. Okay, I right click again. Here's option called, see, by default we can see on our texture on a sphere, but I want to know how this texture look like when I apply on another type of object. So that time I can go with this option. I just right click it and I go with this like a cube. You can see it show me that this texture will look like this on a cube. I can go with a double torus like this. I can go with a rounded cube like this with a GI or with a global illumination. So right click it and you can see lots of different type of shapes available inside this right click option like this. If you want to rotate that and want to see the texture from different angle, just right click and drag this to see it from different angle. So you can judge your texture before applying it by using this thumbnail window. And to reset that, just right click again and go with the default option and you can see the basic circular object is there to see your texture or material. I create different kind of object over here like a not GI. You can see I rotate it very easily. But if I want to reset this rotation to the default one, I just right click it and here you can see the option called reset rotation to reset that rotation. Now you can see as a basic one. You can directly access the project setting by using this right click option to change the preview size or relative scale, animation options. Sometimes we use animated texture or animated video clips or something like that on a object. That time you can use this option to enhance the quality of that animation. For see the animated object inside this view, you have to right click and click on this animate option to see the animation inside this thumbnail. I just reset it, right click and default. Now let's learn about these basic options inside this material option. I click on this basic. We can see there are lots of things available inside this, like a name. You can change the name of this material. Like I just change it to bricks. Same like here, we double click it or right click it and change the rename the object or the slot. Layer, we learn about a layer. Next thing is a color. If you want to change or you want to disable this color option, you can just remove this click from this option. You can see there's no color available for this object. Okay, so I just click on this color option again, or I just click on this small tick mark to get back my color option. We learn about this color. Now we learn about the other option available inside this basic stuff. I click on this diffusion option and we get a property of a diffusion. See, all properties are there, but it's not activated by default. You have to click over here to activate different type of properties as per as our requirement. So I just click on this diffusion option. I can change the brightness of this diffusion like this. You can see I'm changing the effect over there. You can change the illumination. It's normally useful for create a self-illuminated object. A specular option, I show you later on how to use this specular or shyness to create a realistic effect, or reflection of a option to adjust the reflection thing. If you want to add some texture on it, again I click on this small three dot over here and I can add another texture to control my diffusion. I go back to basic and change this diffusion or remove this diffusion from the list. Next thing is a luminance. Luminance is normally used to create a self glow type of effect or self illuminated object. I click on this luminance option. You can see it's total white over here. I can go inside this luminance option. I change the brightness of it and you can see some texture over here. It's something like a glowy object. I want to change the effect or something like that. I go with the colors or different type of effects like a checkerboard like this. So you can see our basic object or basic material inside this black area and the illumination inside this white area. This you can manage the illumination option and control illumination option by using this tab. Basics, I just remove this illumination option to control my effect. Next thing is transparency. It's very useful to create a material kind like a glass or any transparent or water type of thing. I click on this transparency option to get the transparency property. You can see it directly make transparent of this of that object. I just render it for a while. You can see only shininess of that object. You can't see the material. I click on this transparency option. We have this option called refraction. Change the refraction. So you can see inside this thumbnail, I'm creating some reflective object. You can say change some personal option, additive, negative, something like that. You can see now it's adding the texture. If I render this, you can see some glass like a effect on this object. You can again add a texture for this transparency too, and the color of the object. I just go with the green shade, darker green shade. Okay, you can see there's some tint of greenish over there. I can change the distance absorption like this to see some shiny object. I change it a little bit more like this to adjust my tint of green. Again, the blurriness of that object, you can manage the blurriness of that tint. I can change the brightness or some reflectivity option to adjust the thing. Additive, subtractive option. I render this to see the out. There are lots and lots of parameters available to manage this stuff. By using a transparency, you can create very realistic looking glass in a very easy way. Next thing is reflectance. I click on this reflectance option, and inside this reflectance option, you can see either you can add some layer of it or you can import some HDRI file to create a reflective material. It's normally used to create a reflection on an object, or sometimes we use this to create some uh, different type of texture inside Cinema 4D, a glowy or chrome type of texture. Here I can click on this add option. There's some basic stuff over there. I can click on this Beckman, and you can see it's apply one HDRI over here. I simply drag and drop it over here. You can see some reflection on that object. When I render it, you can't see anything because we apply a reflective material on the object, but we don't have anything to reflect on it. So first we have to create some basic or base or any environment, so that environment can be reflect on that object. So I create a plane. I increase the width and height of it around 2000 in width and 2000 in height. I just drag this torus little above so I can see it clearly. Now I create another texture or material for the plane. I click on this basic option or inside color option. I click on this texture. We have lots of things over there, but I go with the surface checkerboard option. Inside this checkerboard option, I just drag and drop this checkerboard from here to the plane. But we see only have 4 boxes or squares over there. To change the tiles of it, I just click on this tile U and V option and I type 50 in it to create multiple copies of that box or textures. After that, I render this. Now you can see the reflection of these checkers on that object. Whatever we create inside environment, that all things reflect on this torus because it's have a reflective material. We normally use to create some glossy type of texture or material or some chrome by using this reflective option. Here inside this reflective option, reflectance option, you can add more layer, you can change the layer properties like this. Now you can see the base color with the reflection. So when I render that, you can see some base color too. I go back to color, I add some texture inside this. I can go with the gradient option. That's a very nice one. I click on this gradient option. Here I double click on this gradient to modify this gradient. You can see there's only 2 color tab over there. I click on it, double click, and I choose another color like red. I want to add a new tab over here, so I just click it and add another color. Here I double click it and add some different color. Okay, and you can see I create different type of effects. I can change the type of it like diagonal or 4 corner or box or linear like this. Again, you can change the start and end option. Okay, you can manipulate this thing. I can create a turbulence over here and see it for randomness. I go back to my base material. You can see some shiny material, and when I render it, you can see the reflection of the object and my base object on this torus. This we can manage the reflection option or reflection type using this reflectance option inside Cinema 4D. We have lots of things to change over here. You can again add a texture. You can change the bump strength to add more roughness on the object. You can change the blurriness or roughness of it. You can see it's look a little bit blurry over here. Again I render it. You can see there's some reflection, but it's not that clear because I changed the blurriness or roughness of that object. So this way you can manipulate the effect of reflective or reflectance by using these basic options. Inside basic option, I just select or disable this reflectance option. Next thing is environment option. We normally use to create environment effect like a sky or different type of texture for the environment. We normally use this option with the option like environment, sky, or something like this. So we just jump to other option, a fog. I click on this fog option. You can see it's create very foggy type of effect. I double click on this. Here inside this fog option, we change the color of a fog and transparency and distance of the fog to control this fog effect. I change it to a gray tint like this. You can see it's a transparent on the edge. You can change the effect again like this, and you can change the distance from a camera to see more detail effect. This is a very easy one to understand. You can see it's create something like a basic fog by using this texture. I get back to basic option again. I remove this fog. The next thing is a bump. For that I create a cube with some segment on it. I add a segment around 30, depth 30, 30. Here I create a new material. Inside basic, I on this bump option. Inside bump, I can add texture. Normally a black and white texture to get perfect result or more effective result. So I click on this. I add a noise, and you can see the bump of that object. I just simply drag and drop it on this box, and you can see some noisy effect on this box. For to control this, I can change the tiles option over here inside my texture option. I just double click it to get back to my bump option, and I drag these like this to increase the strength of the bump. I just render it again. Now you can see I drag it back, I render it again. You can see this kind of effect you can create very easily by using this bump option. Again, you can apply different colors or a texture on this object. You can see bump with the texture. This way we can manage a bump inside Cinema 4D. By using this normal option, normally we can import some normal map, whatever we create by using a sculpting software, or we can create by using this Cinema 4D. We create high poly mesh and render out the normal texture from it. Then after we apply this normal texture on our low poly or polygon model to get that high polygon effect on this low polygon. That time you can use this normal option. Next one is alpha. When we import any object from other software like a Photoshop or any other software with the alpha channel inside that file, that time we can use this alpha to adjust that transparency information from that file by using these alpha options. Glow is very easy one. I just click on it and you can see the object is glowing. We can create lots of glowing thing by using this option. You can change the property of glow like inner strength, outer strength to control the glow effect or randomness of the glow. You can use a material color or you can set your own color. Like I want to glow in yellowish form or yellowish color. I click on this yellow option. So you can see it is glowing in a yellow form or yellow color, something like that. And the next one is the displacement. We use some black and white texture over here again too. I click on displacement. I just click on the displacement option. Here I click and import some texture like this. Open. Again he asks me about the saving this image inside the project path. I say yes to it, and you can see it's deforming the object according to black and white value of this texture. So this way you can use displacement. Displacement is a bit far better than bump, but it's a little bit heavy. So we have to use this very carefully while texturing. Here's the option called type. You can change the effect of it, like intensity centered or XYZ object like these, to create some deformed object by using the texturing parameter. This way we learn about the basic stuff about the material. If you want to create our custom channel, like you want to collaborate two different channels and want to create something else, that time you can go and create this custom channel and you can manipulate object by using these custom channels. Let's learn about texturing options or texturing tag of the material editor. I create very basic material over here. Whenever we drag this material from here to object, we directly jump into the texture tag. Here you can see the texture properties of this material. We can modify lots of things by using this texture tag. First thing is a basic. We can go and change the name of this texture as per as our options, or we can add this texture in different layer to manage it for a future use. We can create a new layer directly from here by clicking on this small triangle over here. Now you can see we can create a new layer. Here the most important thing is tag, so I just click on this tag option. By using a tag option, we can change the basic property of the texture. We can adjust the projection level of the texture. First thing, here we can see the material option. By clicking on this small triangle, we can see some material property over here. It's same like whatever we learned before, so I just minimize this. Next thing is selection. I tell you later on about this selection option. The next thing is projection. Projection means how can we map the texture on the object. By default, all primitive objects have some basic UVW mapping applied on it. So whenever I create any texture, I just click on this material option. I click and apply effect like surface checkerboard. To change the tiling, I just change to 20 and 20. Double click to click on this option and 20 over here to create this kind of effect. Fine. I click on this object or option to back to texture tag. Here you can see the by default we use the UVW mapping option over here, but here you can see the different type of option like a spherical or different type of option. First, learn about the UVW mapping. To adjust this texture on your object, we have to on this texture option inside toolbar. So whenever we click on this texture option, we can manipulate or modify our texture on object. So I click on this texture option. I jump to the texture option over here. I click on the spherical, so you can see the sphere option is there. I can change the spherical option like this. See, I'm changing the spherical property. I can scale that if I want like this by using the spherical texture option. I click over here to get back to my texture tag. After spherical, I can go with the cylindrical option. So you can see it's showing a cylindrical shape over here. You can scale this cylinder or you can move it like this. I create another texture over here or material over here, and I create a spherical or cylindrical shape. I click on the cylindrical shape and I move that from here to here. Now you can see this cylinder. I just say frame all. After that, I add some texture or material on it, texture surface. I go with the bricks option. I drag and drop it to this cylinder. Now you can see on the top part of it, the texture is not perfectly fit. You can see the scaling is different over here, and you can see the scaling is different on the cap part. I want to manage that, so I click over here on the small icon. I jump back to the texture tag of that brick, and here I can go with the cylindrical option. Okay, I click on this texture option, and now you can see I can change the texture like this. So for different type of object, they give different type of projection option over here. I get back to sphere and I click on this small icon to get the sphere texture tag. Next thing is a flat. You can see here, you can see the flat option. I select on it. Let's change the flat texture type. Here you can see different angle is stretching the texture because we're using a flat texture type on the spherical object, so it's stretching on some part. Next thing is a cubic, normally for cubical shape like a cube or different type of cubical form. Front is a different one. Whenever we move the object, you can see I just click on this object mode. to move this object. You can see the texture is not moving, but object is moving, something like a projecting a texture from the camera or light, something like that. I get back to frontal option and I change to different one, material. It's again the same like our flat one. You can change the texture like this. I click on this object and move. I can move that or scale that texture like this. Next thing, UW mapping, whatever we learn about this as a start is a basic and good one to see your texture. Next one is shrink wrapping option. When you apply that, you can see is creating some kind of effect like this, is wrapping all texture on the object. For some object we use this technique to get a perfect result. The next one is camera mapping. Normally we use this to create a camera projections. We project a texture through a camera and manage some stuff based on camera projection. That time you can use this camera mapping option. Right now we can't show any example of it. This we can change the projection options. I go back to UVW mapping with whatever we learn in start. So here I create a plane. I create new material. Inside texture option I add a texture like bricks and apply on the plane. Here we can see the texture from the both side of the plane, a back and a front, but sometimes you have to see it from front only or back only. That time you can use this option called side, either in a front, so you can see it's from front and there's no texture on a back side, or you can click and choose back to see the texture from back side. This way you can manage the texture on particular polygon part to adjust your effect. Next one is a tile. I create some basic structure again. I create over here. In surface I go with the checkerboard. Checkerboard is very easy to understand, that's why I'm using checkerboard again and again. Back to tiling option. Right now we can see the tiling over here. I change the tiling around 5 and 5. In view of property again I change to 5 like this. If I remove this tiling option, you can see this texture only on a particular polygon of this box. So tiling normally repeat the texture and cover the entire surface by using this texture. Next one is a seamless option where we normally use to match the edge of the texture by using this seamless option. Next one is a use UW for bump. Okay, you can use this UW texture for bump effect to get a better bump by using these options. Next thing is the offset. You can change the offset of this texture in a U and V parameters. Again, you can change the length of this texture, something like a stretching effect like this, or you can change the tiling of it. By using this option. To learn about selection option inside texture tag, I create this sphere and I convert that into the editable by pressing C or clicking on this icon over here. I make it editable, and then after I just make it frame all. Okay, fine. I create texture for it or material for it. I just create new texture. I drag and drop this texture from here to here. You can see I applied some basic texture, but I want to apply this texture on particular part of the object. So that's why I have to first create a selection, and then after I have to apply a selection or texture on the particular selection option or selection selected part. For that I click on this polygon option. I click on this sphere. I select some polygons by using this selection option, live selection tool. I am selecting very randomly. I'm not very precise about the selection. I can press Alt and left click to rotate that. You can press Shift to add selection in it like this, or you can press Control to remove unwanted selection. So that's why I create a selection over here. Now I want to save this selection to apply texture on it. For that I go inside select option and set the selection by using this icon or click on this icon. You can rename it if you want. I just rename it like 1, and now you can see I create a selection over here. If I click outside, I just double click on it to get back my selection very easily. Now in texturing part I click on this small texture tab. Here you can see the selection. I create some basic texture first, like again with the bricks. Apply bricks. You can see bricks apply on all the part. I want to apply this bricks on particular selected part, so I just drag this selection from here to in this selection option. Now you can see this texture is applied only on this particular selected part. If you want to apply another texture on the other part, first I have to select it again. Okay, take care that whenever you create another selection, don't click on this icon, otherwise it's get replaced with the other a new selection. So I click somewhere else, I select this object, I go inside polygon again, and I select some part of this sphere like this. Again I'm selecting randomly, I press shift to add some more polygons in it like this. Again I save it, I go to select, set selection, I rename it as a 2. Now I have two set of selection, one is for top part and another one for middle part. I create another selection, I create another material over here, I add texture like checkerboard, I click on this, I click and drag on the object. You can see it's applied on all the object, but yeah, very easily I can manage that. I just click on this texture tab and I drag this second polygon selection tag inside the selection option. Now you can see we have two selection, a brick and a shaker. To manage this shaker, I can click on this texture tag and I change the tiling values from here. This way you can use the selection option to control our texture on particular part. Now learn about some hidden selection type available inside Cinema 4D. First I create a rectangle over here and I apply extrude option on it. I just drag and drop this rectangle from here to extrude. I change the extrude property, like in object I change it around 100 centimeter, or you can change it more as per as your requirements. Inside this cap option I change the fillet, I keep it that as a fillet cap. I change the step for smoothness and I change the radius of it like this. For end again I create a fillet cap, I change the steps again and I change the radius of it too. You can see I just frame that all. You can see I create this kind of effect. Now I create some texture or material over here. I create texture like cloud. I create another texture. Here I create a texture of a simple color like red. Okay. I apply this cloud effect on this extrude. See, it's applied on the all entire surface, but it's not in a proper manner. You can see some stretching over here. To adjust this effect, I go and change the projection type to cubic. So you can see it's applied perfectly on the entire part. But I want to apply it on this fillet option only. So I can go and click on this selection option, and here are some hidden selection option available inside Cinema 4D. When I press C1, I press C1, it's applied on cap 1. So I press enter and you can see it's applied only on cap 1 or frontal part of the cap. If I click and say C2, you can see it's applied on a back side of this object or back cap of this object. Again I can change it like R1 for some fillet part or R2, okay, for other part of the object. This we can manage the hidden selection type. I drag and drop this selection 2 on the object. It's now apply on the entire stuff. I go and click and say I want to apply only on C1 C1 and enter. You can see the plant C1 part. I click and change this to the C2. It's applied on the frontal part of this part. This we can manage the hidden selection type and we can create our texturing by using this hidden selection type. Next thing is managing texture by using this texture option. I first create a cylinder over here. I change the segment of it around 10. I create new texture or material. Here I import some texture like this. Open. When I import again, he asks me about the saving this texture on a project setting. I just say yes to it and I drag and drop this texture from here to our object. Now it's applied on entire object, but I want to apply this on particular part of the object. Either you can use selection option or you can go with the projection option again. I go with the cylindrical option because this shape is cylindrical. Now to adjust the texture, I click on this texture option. You can see the cage of the cylinder VW mapping. I remove this tile option, otherwise it's repeat itself. So I just remove this tile option and then I scale this cylindrical UW mapping option and move this option down like this. I scale it from side to like this to control my texture. Now here you can see I applied this texture on particular part by using this texture option. Now how can we access ready-made materials inside Cinema 4D? Cinema 4D provide lots and lots of material for the use. I can click on this content browser. Here you can see the preset option over here. We can see the different type of presets for body paint 3D, for brick shader. You can double click on it and you can see there are lots of brick shaders over there. You can go back by using this arrow one level up. In broadcast you see the materials, lots of materials. You can navigate or you can explore the all things to get basic or good type of textures inside Cinema 4D. You can see some skies over here for the environment. I go inside broadcast option and here you can see the material option over here or some presets like a backdrop or something like that. I go back to material option. Here you can see some very nice materials or textures over here. I want to create something for ground, so I just click on this ground option. I drag this earth from here to direct on the object and you can see it's applied on that plane. I just render it and you can see it's look like this. For the cylinder I want to apply some glass or glossy effects. I just double click on it. See, here's a glossy dark blue option. I just drag and drop it on the cylinder. You can see it's applied on a cylinder. I can render it like this. I want to apply some glass effect on it, so here you can see glass folder. I can drag and drop this glass on this cylinder and I render it to see the final output of it. After lighting it to look more real, so here we have lots and lots of things to use. Abstract like this, render it. You can use this to create very good looking or nice scene. Concrete effects, something like this. Traffic light. I drag and drop it on the object like this. Ground, ice and snow, liquid, render it like this. So we have lots and lots of property over here to change and get very nice effect by using these ready-made textures. When we apply light on it, it's look more real because light can create shadow and global illumination and lots of other property. So that's why we create a very realistic looking object by using these Cinema 4D tools in a minute. Synthetic, I render it again. Oh, it's look like this. So there's a lots and lots of things over here. You can navigate and you can explore these and use for your project. So please navigate this all or just explore this all things and get a better result inside Cinema 4D. Let's learn about UVW unwrapping inside Cinema 4D. We normally use UVW unwrapping to create realistic texture. Whatever we learn till the date in texturing, it's a basic option, basic properties of the material and texture. But now we unfold the model, then after we create texture by using a Cinema 4D or Photoshop or Body Paint 3D, and then we reapply that texture on surface of the model to create realistic looking effect. In Cinema 4D, whatever the basic primitives available, they all come with basic texture or UW mapping applied on it. So whenever I create any object like a sphere, right now you can't see any UW information on that, but whenever I convert that into the editable by pressing C, you can see the information of UW is there on the sphere. You can try with other object also, like I create a cylinder, now don't have any UW information, but whenever I convert into the editable by pressing C, you can see I have the UW information applied on that object. So anytime you can unfold that information and paint it by using a different software or Cinema 4D. For the better control on texturing tool, we have to use this BPUV edit layout. It's a body paint UV layout, UV edit option, and by using this you can create you can find all the texture related or texture painting tool in one viewport. So later on we'll learn about this, but first I create a basic primitives and then after I convert into the editable and then we jump into the texturing part of that primitives. So I delete this, I create a basic cube with a basic segment on it. Now I convert that into the editable by pressing C or clicking on this icon, and then after I jump inside this body paint UV edit option or layout thing, Now you can see the interface is totally changed. You can see the lots of different tools available inside this. You can see the toolbar over here. You can see the object, material, color tab over here, or attribute holder is little bit different looking over here. And the main thing is like a UV mapping option here. You can create layer, you can adjust the brush, you can create on swatches, select the color or a texture. The first thing is that right now you can see the cube is already with the UV information on it, but we have to unfold it for better result. So first I create a basic texture or basic material. I click on it, this create option, and I click on this new material option. See here I create a basic material, whatever we learned in last lectures. Now I drag and drop this texture from here or this material from here to on my cube. You can see my cube is now converted is in a white color because of my material color, but you can see there is a small cross over here that suggests that we don't have applied any texture on it. So for the painting part I have to apply texture on this cube. So I just click on this small cross, and now you can see there is a one faint cross over here. It's showing me that there is no texture available. Either you can click over here to apply to create a texture. I just double click on this small cross. You can see there's a box called new texture. You can create new texture, or you can import from the hard disk or any another other location. You can name it, like I just name it as a main. You can suggest the width and height over here, other in pixel or other different units. Right now I keep it like is a basic one, 1024 by 1024. The resolution of that texture, for the better result you have to use better resolution, but you can modify it later on or too, no problem, or you can change it right now, it's up to you. In mode option, what type of color you are going to use, right now we have only two options, RGB and grayscale, and bit per channel. For the better color result we can change the bit per channel. Right now we're using 8-bit or 16-bit or 32-bit. For the HDRI or sometime we use HD 32-bit or 16-bit for high color options. Okay, I just go with the color, or you can go with the background foreground swatches, color or transparent. It's something like a Photoshop new document option, but I keep it right now as a color. I keep it as a 0, and I say okay. I can access this same box by using the other way. Inside this attribute holder, attribute option, I can click on this material, and here inside this material option you can see this texture option available. I can click on this small triangle, and here you can see this option called create new texture. When I click on this option, you see I get the same option, same box what I get when I click on this small triangle. So I rename it again, I keep it as a main. Okay, all settings are good for me, so I just click on OK to finish this new texture dialog box. Now you can see I apply a gray texture on it, no problem. You can drag and drop it again for the safety, fine. Now see here I click on this brush tool. Now if I want to paint something on this box, I just click on this brush tool, and here in this box I can paint it directly like this. You can see whatever I'm painting over here, it's reflecting on this box. You can zoom this box, you can rotate that box, and you can see it's applying on each and every polygon or the side of the box like this. If you want to change the color, just click on this C command over here. You see now I jump into the color tab. Here I get option like I can paint a color. I want to paint a color, a red color. So see it's in a red. For a brush changes or brush options, I can click over here on the brush option. Now you can see you can change the size of the brush, circle or rectangle. You can see now I can paint it in rectangle. Okay, I just want to change the size of this brush, so I just click on this size option. You can see it's now in a rectangle form. I jump to the circle again, profile round or linear or needle or nozzle. You can decide whatever profile you want. You can change the size over here. The shortcut to change the size is very same like a Photoshop. You can use plus minus button. Sorry, you can, the shortcut to create or to change the brush size is very same like a Photoshop. Is a open and close bracket. By pressing caps lock you can see only plus sign of that brush, or you can press caps lock again to see the brush size. This I can paint a random thing on this object like this, but whatever I create in this view, it's applied on the all sides of the polygon. Now you can directly paint on the 3D viewport also like this. You can change the brush parameter like hardness, squeeze, spacing of the brush, rotation of the brush. You can change all the parameters. You want to save this type of settings, you can save that setting. Now I'm painting color only. If I want to paint something different, I can go with a texture paint. Here I can import a outside file or texture file by clicking on this small triangle. I just go with the load from disk. I choose this glossy sphere option and I say open. Now whenever I paint it, you can see it's painting the texture like this. If you want to remove that, click on this solid color. You can see because of that spacing option is creating dot dot texture over here like this. I can click on a color I choose white color, I change the brush size and paint it back to white. A clean canvas like this. There's another option like eraser, but I am using this paint option to clean my canvas. Next tool inside this toolbar is a cloning tool. It's same like a Photoshop. You can clone by using this tool. First you have to press. Let me show you some basic tool. First I create a brushstroke over here. Okay, my color is white, so I keep as a red. I've painted something like this, a very random stuff. You can see it. It's applied on all sides of the box. That's fine. The next tool is a cloning tool. You can clone any object, same like a Photoshop. Press Alt to pick a reference point. Then you can clone it anywhere like this. You can change the brush size again. Same shortcut, open and close bracket to change the brush size like this. The next tool is eraser tool. Again I change the brush size by using open and close bracket and erase this stuff. But it's now painting the background color or background over here. I press undo to remove that. Next thing is a gradient tool. You can click on this gradient tool to create a gradient. I just drag like this and you can see it fills that gradient on each and every side of the box. You can choose linear or reflective one like this, or radial one, a circular one, or circle. If you want to change the colors, just double click on this option. You pick your color, insert color picker. I want to replace this red, so I just click on this red dot and double click on this black area, and then I click on this blue part and you can see it's applied over here. To remove any tab, just click and drag and it's removed from this path. Now I click and create it. You can see the preview over here for the gradient tool like this. If I want to blur that whatever texture or material whatever I created by using this blur tool, you can blur it. Sharpen tool, smudge tool. If you know the setting inside Photoshop or tool inside Photoshop, the same of tools available inside Cinema 4D too. And the next thing is a zoom. It's a burn tool, and sorry, my mistake. It's a dodge tool, burn tool, and sponge tool to remove colors. Same like a Photoshop. Again, we can create a text over here. I can type text. You can see it's over here. I can select that. I can change the size, and like here, I can create a new text. So this way you can create text. It's not that great option, but yeah, we can create text by using this text option. Again, you can create some shapes over here. You can see right now I'm drawing a circle. I can go with other tools like a flower. Okay, I change the color of it like this. Okay, if you create in a layer, you can anytime you can change it, same like a Photoshop, but right now I'm creating on the base or background layer, so it's a little difficult me to change these properties, but I'm just showing the basic stuff, so you can try by your own to create this to use this all tool with the layers. This way you can use this basic toolbar. I show you some tools after some time in advanced part of this texturing options. Now I create cube. I change the segment of this cube and I convert this cube into the editable by pressing C. Now I jump. You can see the UV information of this cube is here. I click on this layout and I jump to the UV edit layout. Here I create a basic texture for this cube, basic material. I drag and drop on this cube. I click on this small cross over here and I keep it as a white, and then I say OK. Now you can see the texture is applied on this cube. Now whatever I paint over here, you can see is applied on each and every side of the cube. But I want to apply or just want to paint on particular side of this cube. For that I have to unfold this cube for texturing purpose. So I just undo this. I want to see the UV mesh, so I click over here, show UV mesh. You can see the textures of this the segment of this object. For the texturing I have to unwrap that, so I click over here on this UV polygon option, and after that I go inside this projection option. You can see inside projection is project, or it's convert this information of the segment into the flat texture or flat image in 2D image. It just unwrap the texture or the material from this cube and make it 2D. a flat texture, so we can paint it very easily, and then after we can reapply that texture on this cube or any 3D object. So I click on this projection option. You can see we have lots of projection option over here. First, sphere, so it's convert that into the spherical form, or is unwrap that by using the spherical kind of stuff. So when I click on it, you can see it creates something like that, but I knew that this is a cube, so this is not right way. You can see some stretching over there, and the all polygon size is not same, so it's not good to texture this kind of stuff. So I just undo it again. I click on this cylinder. You can see is convert that or is unwrap that in a cylindrical form, but still you can see the changes of this polygon. You can see this is a big one, this is a small one, so this is not good to texture. If I hide this, you can see the basic grid, and you can see it's not perfect because the checker mark is not applying perfectly on the particular or perfectly applied on particular polygon. I jumped back to UVW mapping, a frontal, so you can see whatever is my camera angle is convert that camera angle into the UVW unwrap information. A flat one, see like this, or cubical one. Okay, I press undo first and I click on this cubic. So again you can see it look like the same. I click on this cubic too. That's good, that's look nice. You can use this to unwrap it, or I click on this box. It's same look like a cubic too, so you can use either cubic or box. Next one is shrink. When I click on this shrink, you can see it shrink that all texture and try to create different information of the UW mapping, but it's again distorting my polygon information, so I just press undo. I go with the box one, so you can see it's unfolding the all information from here to here. Now if I click on brush and draw it, you can see is drawing on particular part only, not on the all object. You can see drawing on particular part. So this way you can modify the thing like this. You can see I can texture, now I can texture on each and every side differently. And to explain you some tools, so I go here and I use selection tool. Is same like a Photoshop selection tool. I select this part of the cube texture. You can see the texturing, you can see the selection over there. I can use this option, paint bucket option, to fill that part with the color, and you can see it's filled with the green color because my current select color is green, that's why. You can go here inside select and deselect that if you want to finish the selection. I click on this select rectangle tool again. I select this part, but before filling this I change the color to other color like a yellow. And back to material, I choose this fill layer option, and you can see it's filled with the different tool. Okay, to deselect this part I just click and deselect all. This way you can select and fill different part of the cube in different color. And click it like this. Now here you can see I just deselect this all. I fill it with the different color form. If you want to fill with the texture or something like that, again you can select these using selection tool. Go to inside material color option, click on this texture paint, choose your texture. Let's choose this one, glossy sphere, and then say OK. Back to fill layer, and you can see I fill that part with this texture. This way you can change the look of the cube or any object by using the basic tool available inside Cinema 4D. Again, I'm not using layer till the time, so you can see all the texture whatever I paint, it's on the same layer. If I want to create new layer, either you can click over here for new layer, or you can click over here for the new layer. I create a new layer over here. Again I create a selection of this part of the cube. I fill that with some different solid color like this pink. I click on this object and it's in a pink, but it's in a new layer. I just deselect this, but here you can see there's small edge is still not covering the cube. You can see over here I want to stretch this texture a little bit up so I can cover this edge. Here you can use this option called transform bitmap. I select this layer, I click on this transform bitmap option, and now I can modify this edge to cover the entire part of the effect. This we can modify that. So for the layer you can modify by using this transform option. When you finish it, you select other tool, you can move that. Okay, I don't want to transform the layer. Yes, I want to finish the transformation, and you can see it's transform and cover the edge. This way you can create a colorful effect or some painting or paint some texture by using the Cinema 4D basic available tools. Now whatever we paint is all a color information. So now I want to paint some bump, or I want to create some bumpy effect on this texture. For that I go inside object panel. I just double click on this material option. Here you can see the material editor open. Here I click on this bump option because right now I don't have the bump option available with my default settings. So either I can click on this basic or double click on the symbol and I click on this bump option. So whenever I click on this bump option, you can see the bump option is available here in my basic settings. I click on this bump. Here inside bump options there is another option called texture. I click on this texture option, and here I can click on this create a new texture option. So I create another texture for a bump. I just rename, or just there's a bump name over there, so I don't want to rename that. I click OK. You can see there's another texture for bump, and you can see my clean canvas for bump. Here you can see the canvas or my UVW unwrapping information for the base texture, and here is the information for the bump. This way you can create a different texture map for different options like a bump, diffuse, displacement or other options by using this same technique. So let me first paint the bump. We normally use black and white color to create a bump, so already we painted in white, or our canvas is in a white color, so I just paint some black part to create a bump effect. So I click over here. Right now I select the solid color is white, so I just go to black one. I choose brush, and here I paint some basic or random shapes like these, anything like these. I'm just creating random stuff over here, and you can see clearly over here inside this you can see some bump on each and every side, wherever we paint it like this. To clear the bump setting in clear manner, I click on this material option, bump setting, or just double click on this option. Inside this bump parameters I change the strength of the bump so I can see the effect clearly. Now when I rotate that, you can see on this top of part of this cube you can see the bump information. Now whenever I paint it, you can see it's kind of changing the bump information. I convert it into the white and I remove it from that particular polygon. I especially add more segment for this cube because I want to create a better bump. To bump information or for bump result, good bump result, you have to add more segments. So after adding some more segment, you can create better bump. I change into the black again and I can paint it like this, and you can see all the bump information available on that cube too. So this way you can create more materials or more material map or UW map for more information or more options. I jump back to basic, and you can see over here We have information for transparency, diffusion. If I click on this transparency information, you can see inside transparency we have texture again. Click it, create new texture, and you can see it's a transparency texture. I keep it white. White is opaque. So here you can see the transparency information inside this T option. Whenever you paint black, that part, whatever you paint in black, that part get transparent. Whatever you keep it in white, that will be an opaque. This you can create different textures, unwrapping information or UW unwrapping information for different channels inside Cinema 4D. Now we create a basic example of UW unwrapping and texturing by using Photoshop and Cinema 4D. I will show you how I can create a basic matchbox texture by using a Photoshop, and then to apply that on the cube or a model inside Cinema 4D. So first I create a cube, I modify some property of it. I change some property. I keep it frame all, so you can see I create a small cube over here and modify some property of it. I keep the segment 111. It's okay to for this type of texture, so I keep it 111. Now I want to convert, I have to convert that into the editable, so I press C to convert that into the editable. Here you can see the UVW information is of this cube is showing over there. Now we can see the information, UVW information of this cube over here. I jump to the UV edit layout. Here you can see the UV edit layout. I click on this material tab and create a basic material for this cube. I drag and drop this material on this cube. I create a basic texture, color white, and I say okay. That's it. Now to unwrap this, because see whatever I create over here is applied on each and every side, but I have to create different texture for different side or polygons. So I keep this show UW mesh option on, and here I click on this small option called UV polygon. After that I click on this projection option, and here I create a box projection of this cube. You can see all sides is unfolded of this cube. You can see this mesh. Now I want to export this mesh into the Photoshop. I will create texture over there and I bring back that texture from Photoshop to Cinema 4D. So I click on this layer option. Here you can see the only background layer, but whenever we export this layer inside Photoshop, you can't see this diagram, so it's a little bit difficult to paint it by blank, just blank white canvas. So I want to export this diagram too. So for that I go inside layer option and I click on this create UV mesh layer. You can see I have this diagram in different color or over that background option. Whatever layer we create over here inside this layer option, we get the same layer back in Photoshop. So its background is UV mesh layer. That's okay to me. Now I want to export this to the Photoshop, so I just click on this file option and I save this texture or click on this save texture as a PSD file. Whenever we save this texture in PSD file, it save all layer name, all layer option inside this PSD file. So click over here and I click OK. I save this over here. Set. So here you can see I open this Matchbox PSD file inside Photoshop. I already download some texture from internet like this. This is the back of the Matchbox, this is the front of the Matchbox, this is the side part of the Matchbox. So I click over here inside Matchbox PSD. I copy this layer or duplicate this layer inside Matchbox PSD. Okay, it's too big, so I press Ctrl T and modify this or transform this file like this. I drag it and I keep it over here. I try to fill this entire part like this. So I create this layer. Now to import other layer, so I click on this front max part. I duplicate this layer. You can drag and drop it, but I prefer to duplicate it normally. Again I press Ctrl T. I can scale that from here. It's over here. I drag it. I rotate it around 90 degree or like this. Okay, I have to keep it as a -90. From here to here I drag that. I press Ctrl T again to scale this and fit into this part. If it's go outside, don't worry about that, because whatever we create texture inside this diagram, it's only available on that mesh. So keep it like this. Now for this other part, side part, you can use smart object option to preserve the quality of this texture. Again I press Ctrl T and scale it like this. I drag it over here. I rotate that. Again for proper rotation I press -90. Zoom. Ctrl T and try to fit it inside this box. I drag it over here to manage it. Again I just duplicate this by using Ctrl J option and I paste it over here. I just move it over here to fill this box. Yeah, that's okay. Now for this part I can fill any color or I can keep it blank as it is because it's a white, but if for details you can fill some shadow over here for better result. So I do some selection over here and I fill with the color, a grayish color. I use another layer to do so. Make it a little bit faint one. That's good. I can copy this layer and I paste this or just move this layer from here to here. This is a texture, a random or roughly texture the entire UW mesh or diagram over here. I select the all layer, press Ctrl E to make it or convert that into the one layer. I can select them, and for the some older look, if you want, you can paint some edges to get the darker edge, so it's look real old kind of stuff. I'm just making it a little bit older like this. Okay, that's good. That's okay to me. Fine. I press Ctrl D and now I save this file back in PSD to bring back this file into the Cinema 4D. Now here in Cinema 4D, I import back that file. I just say revert texture to saved. It will ask me to reopen the revert the saved version of the texture. Yes, I say click on this yes. You can see the texture applied on the cube. After some lighting and some more effect, it look more real than this. So this way you can unwrap the texture map of any model, send it to the Photoshop, paint some texture over there, save the texture from the Photoshop and revert that or re-import that inside Cinema 4D and apply on object. That's a very easy way to create some realistic texture inside Cinema 4D. Now we learn about little bit complex example of unwrapping. I unwrap a face inside Cinema 4D and then after export that to the Photoshop. I'm not going to model a face over here. I will use preset model given by them inside Cinema 4D and I modify some parameter or some polygon of it and I will keep that for the example. I will try to use that for example. So I click on this preset option. Here you can see lots of preset. We learn about that before, but here is the option called sculpting. I click on this sculpting option and inside this sculpting option there is one folder called base mesh. I click on these base meshes. Here you can see the lots and lots of base mesh available for your practice. For a face I use this male bust option. You can see Todd base and some dinosaurs are there, horse is there, female elephant. You can open any model, just refine some polygon of it and use for texturing practice. That's a very nice option inside Cinema 4D. So I click on this male burst, I double click on it and you can see it's open over here. It's too small, so I click on this view option and click on this frame all. You can see it looks something like a clay because the texture is here is a clay. So I just delete this texture. Whenever I delete this texture inside object manager, you can see this texture shows some question mark over here because we already applied texture, but right now it's not available inside text material manager. That's why it's showing question over here. So I click and delete this too. We don't have any texture information on it. This file is closed, so I want to open that. I can use these two for texturing, but I want to show you the how can we unwrap open model. That's why I click on this display option and got out shading lines. So you can see the line over here. Here you can see the male bust, some UV information is there. I click on this polygon option. I have to delete some polygons. For that I press F4 for front view. I frame all. You can see I want to delete some polygon from here, so I click on this rectangular selection option or lasso selection option, whatever you prefer. I keep it rectangular selection option. I remove the click from this only select visible element because it will delete only front part of the face, not back part, whatever I select. So I remove this and then after I simply drag and drop the selection like this and delete some polygons. Here I jump back to the perspective view by pressing F1. You can see still there are some polygons over there, so I can use this live selection tool and select some polygon. I press shift to add more polygon in this selection. And I press delete to delete this polygon. This way I create an open shape of the face. Now I jump to the layout for UV edit. Okay, by default you can see already it's have texture information on it. I want to remove this texture information because I want to create it again. So for that I click and delete this information. You can see there we don't have any texture information on this polygon. I want to create it again, so I show you how can we recreate the texture information by using some tools. I click over here inside create new material. I drag it and drop it on the object. You can see there's no texture information on it. It's showing some textures, but that's a basic one. So I click over here, double click it, I repeat the same stuff, new texture, and say OK. Here you can see inside this object we only have the material information but not a texture information. To create a texture information, I just right click on it and click on this option called generate UVW coordinate. It will regenerate the coordinate on this object. So I click on this generate UVW coordinate, and you can see it's create another texture information, UVW information for this Milbus file. Okay, back to material. Now to unwrap this file, so I click on this UV polygon option. Inside this projection, I keep my camera to front and frame all, and to unwrap it from front, okay, there's a lots of different way to unwrap that. I click on this sphere. You can see it's create a spherical form over there. Okay, this is good, but sometimes you can see over here these polygons are a little bit distorted over there, or inside the ear you can see the lots of problem. So I undo it. I can go with the cylinder one, see, or frontal is something like that, whatever I created over here, or flat is same like a frontal. Now cubic, you can see the breakup of this part. Cubic again, cubic 2, it will break the all polygon different manner of projection type. It's create a 6 sides like a cube, top and front and left and right and back and down, something like this. And do that, a box, oh sorry, its box is something like a cubic 2 and shrink, it's something like a spherical form. I want to open it by using my own settings. So I will create some selection, and I tell Cinema 4D to open this file by using that selection edges. So let's create some selection edges over here. I jump back to the perspective viewport. Now I want to create a selection edge. So I remove this UV polygon option and I just click on this edge option. Now to select the edge, zoom it over here. I press U to find out some shortcut key for the selections. I press U again, and here you can see the M key is for edge selection. So I click on this edge, I select over here, I click on this edge, I click on this edge to select it, and I press M for edge selection option. See here you can see path selection option. My path selection option is there. I click on this path selection option and I drag this path from here to here. I just want to open this from back. Oh, I have to press shift to continue my selection. Shift and drag like this. Okay, I press shift and click on this edge like this, and then I select these two sides of the head, here to here, and from this edge till this edge. So I create this kind of selection over here. Now I want to unwrap that texture, or I want to open that texture from this part of the edges. So I go to the projection option, I click over here, I click that as a frontal or flat. Then I go inside this relax UV option. Here you can see it will relax this UV from the edge. So I just click on this cut selection edges option on and click on this apply option to open that from particular selected edge. I remove this point too because this will connect or pin the border points, so I just remove that too and I click on this apply option. You can see it's unwrap that file like this. Now I want to adjust this UVW unwrap in proper manner. So I use selection tool, live selection tool. I select the entire UW unwrapping map very carefully. I don't want to let anything left behind. So I select them all. You can see over here, you can see the selection. I want to rotate that. This shortcut key is 4 for move, 5 for zoom in, zoom out, and 6 for rotate. So rotate like this. 5 for pan, 5 for zoom, and 4 for pan. You can click over here to fit UV to canvas like this, and this will create a texture. Now you export this or you save texture as for Photoshop in PSD format, and inside Photoshop you have to paint its eyes, ear, and same like whatever we did inside by using for the matchbox. We have to use the same technique to reapply this texture back on this face. I show you small example of face texture. Here you can see the different example of a texture. You can see we have to paint this kind of texture. It's a very time consuming part and take lots of time to paint a realistic texture. You can then again paint a bump map for these small details like some pimples and the curves on the forehead, something like that. Or here you can see the different example of the texture. So we unwrap model inside Cinema 4D, then export that texture mesh into the Photoshop. We click photograph from of a face from front, side, and we use Photoshop tool to merge that front, left side, right side, back into the one image and try to adjust that all texture inside our UVW texture map. And then after we bring back that texture into the 3D software like a Cinema 4D and apply that created textures in Photoshop, whatever we create in a Photoshop on the Cinema 4D models. And then after it look more real, or we can see the details of the face of the character or a model. So this is a process available inside Cinema 4D to texture a real material or image on the 3D model.